We are live.
All right, thank you and welcome everybody. Good morning. It is 9 a.m. on Wednesday, January 8th, and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll ask the secretary to please call roll.
Good morning. This is Angie Castellanos for the record, and this is roll call. Vice President Dockweiler.
Present.
Member Hudson.
Present.
Member Braxton.
Present.
Member Carlton.
Here.
Member Els.
Here.
Member Ford.
Present.
Member Goodman. Absent. Member Hughes.
Here.
Member Keys.
Here.
Member Orr.
Present.
Member Walker. Absent, excused. Madam Vice President, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. I would like to note for the record that we are also joined by Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. Will everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? We would like to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples whose traditional homeland where we are presenting from and where people are joining us from in what is now the state of Nevada. The Nima, also known as Northern Paiute, Niwu, Southern Paiute, Washishu, Washoe, and Nui, Western Shoshone. As we get started with the agenda, I'd like to share a few housekeeping items. Some presenters and members may join our meeting virtually. As always, we ask for your patience with any technical difficulties we may encounter. I also want to remind our audience that board meetings can be viewed via live stream with closed captioning at www.youtube.com/@nvstateed/live. I'll remind participants to please turn off your microphone or mute yourself when you're not speaking, and remember to turn on your microphone or unmute when you'd like to make a comment. Of course, remember that you are on video and being broadcast live via live stream on the Nevada Department of Education's website. All of today's meeting materials are available on the board's webpage, and I trust that when board members are not actively engaging on their screen with us, they are viewing materials. Okay, and with that, I'll open first period of public comment under agenda item 2. I'll remind the audience that comments are limited to those on the agenda. Please be sure to fill out a comment card, turn on the microphone, you'll see the light will turn green, and begin by stating your name for the record. Please note I will limit your comments to 3 minutes, and I'll ask Member Hughes to please keep that timer for us. And we will take public comment in Carson City first, and then in Las Vegas. If you are unable to attend in person but would like to provide public comment, please submit your written statements to nvboarded@doe.nv.gov before the close of the meeting. Okay, are there any comments in Carson City?
Chair, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Perfect, thank you. And we have 2 public comments on the agenda items today in Las Vegas. First, we have Ryan Reeves, COO of Academica.
Good morning. Ryan Reeves for the record, Chief Operating Officer of Academica Nevada, back office service and support company to 35,000 of the students attending Nevada's public charter schools. Vice Chair, members of the board, wanted to speak today to item 16, which is future agenda items. I've had the opportunity to be before this board a couple of times. There are some new members now, and there will be new leadership with today's officer elections. And I simply wanted to make sure that the at-risk funding model stays at the head and forefront of the attention of this board. As you make future agenda items, the Senate Bill 503 was passed in May 2023, giving this board the responsibility to determine the factors that would make an at-risk student. It has been 596 days since that time, and that action has not taken place. No permanent regulation has been put in place to do that. And the funding mechanism that's being used now is illegal. It was illegal by racial and gendered demographic, and it is now illegal based on the fact that it cannot be audited, is controlled by a private company, and the private company takes changes to that computation with no consultation with the public or action by this board. Therefore, it has to change, and it needs to change quickly. I'm incredibly grateful for the action that has already taken place, that has been put on prior agendas, that a workshop has already happened, and the next step is for that regulation to be passed. And I am simply asking that it remain at the forefront as the leadership changes and as membership changes within this board. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ed Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, members of the board. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I'm a community member at the Hickey Elementary School organizational team. I'm speaking as an individual. First of all, I want to congratulate the new board members, member Danielle Ford and a member Dr. Tricia Braxton, who is my representative. And so I look forward to working with you. It's an honor to always serve and be elected by your constituents. So I just want to acknowledge that first before the vice president gets a chance to do on the agenda item. The second thing I want to talk about is item 10. It's about the reorganization. It should be no surprise to this board that I'm speaking on it. I want to first, once again, ask for this board to reconvene the AB 469 subcommittee. Since we've seen the budget situation that CCSD had, I think we've had many different committees. We've had the state superintendent appoint a compliance monitor and ask questions of the superintendent. I think it's imperative of this board. There's more work that needs to be done on the financials and possibly even more regulations. So I'd ask for this board to continue the process they've done in the past. I do also want to acknowledge the regulation that you guys passed, which I think has helped this situation. I do want to give credit to the district and Superintendent Brenda Larson Mitchell. She is, she is held accountable when she fired the CFO when there were budget problems. I think she's answered the questions honestly from the state superintendent. I have very strong disagreements with some of them, but there's honest answers and those should always be rewarded. And also the fact that they've also created recommendations to how to prevent this from happening in the future. But there's also some other things too, as we look at like their compliance. I disagree with, they should be acknowledged that they agree that they're not in compliance with some issues, but historically they're not in the 85-15, they'll say 95%, but they have a report that says 79. And there's other things as well. But I want to highlight a couple things because at the end of the day, the school district hates this bill. They want to centralize in that. And I want to bring up a RAND study. It was actually from the late 90s. And they actually highlight two things. They say schools cannot change or establish modes of operation if all the expectation and controls of a centralized system remains intact. School board superintendents and central office staff must commit themselves to long-term decentralization and enable the schools to use their independence for the benefit of students. This study was on decentralization of school districts. And then there was another part too, and I think it's pretty important as well. It talks about accountability in school districts when you have a change in model. And they want to make sure that we must find ways of holding accountable schools without dominating local decisions or standardized practices. And I feel like as we've gone through 7 years of this, we've had those troubles of that distinction. I want to highlight one more thing too about some of the recommendations Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell has presented. Those were some of the same recommendations that member Carlton had when she had the Community Budget Advisory Committee. And those just weren't implemented. But I feel like with the hope of a change of a superintendent and a change of a CFO, we can make progress in trying to get to it. It's a big change. We've had it a long time. You guys had many meetings about it. I know I'm asking for more, but I think for the benefit of the students of Clark County and for the parents, the teachers, the staff, and the principals that serve on school organizational teams, it's very much needed. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Ed. Now we have Alexander Marks.
Thank you, and I apologize for jumping up. I'm in legislative first come, first serve mode. Alexander Marks with the Nevada State Education Association. First, we'd also like to welcome the new board members. We look forward to working with each one of you to ensure a high-quality public education for every Nevada student. So with the governor's State of the State address in the 83rd legislative session just around the corner, public education continues to be a top of the list of priorities in this state. This session presents an opportunity to address critical issues like optimal funding, class size reduction, and universal school meals. Last session, NSEA's Time for 20 campaign helped secure historic salary increases for educators across the state, and this upcoming session presents an opportunity to build on that progress by making those raises permanent and meaningfully addressing class size reduction. This means continuing the work set forth in the Funding Commission to close that $4,000 per pupil gap below the national average, and this funding gap also hampers the progress on student achievement and class size reduction. If Nevada is serious about providing every student with a quality education, we need bold leadership and real investment in our public schools. This means avoiding proposals that divert public dollars into private interests, such as private school vouchers, stadium vouchers, and Hollywood giveaways. Last session, we called the question on whether Nevada prioritized schools or stadiums. This session, we'll be asking whether they prioritize schools over studios and private school vouchers. We must realign Nevada's priorities to achieve optimal funding. We also have the opportunity to adopt the recommendation from the governor's K-12 education audit, particularly regarding the extension and expansion of universal school meals. Free, nutritious meals for all students have proven benefits, including enhanced learning, healthier eating habits, and improved health outcomes. Throughout session, educators from across the state will amplify their voices, sharing powerful stories and firsthand experiences that highlight the pressing needs of our schools, the challenges faced by educators, and the resources required to ensure every student has the opportunity to thrive. We hope their insights will serve as a call to action, reminding our elected officials and policymakers that meaningful change begins with listening to those on the front lines of education and prioritizing the needs of our public schools, educators, and our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is Member Hughes. Can I ask a question to Ed Gardner just for my own learning about public comment? Could you share if I don't think we've ever had a public comment come under future agenda items, and it seems like that could be anything under the sun. And I'm wondering if that's actually an appropriate use of the first comment, or does that fall under the second period if it's under our jurisdiction? I just don't want to set a bad precedent if I don't seemed like that could be anything if it's a future agenda item versus an actual item before that.
This is Deputy Superintendent Vergara. Yes, typically, future agenda items would not be something that would be brought before at the beginning. But that is subject to this body. This body is allowed to say we only want agenda items on the first public comment, and then have everything else within your jurisdiction on the second. You just have to have one that's anything within your jurisdiction is what the requirement is. So if that, it really comes down to what this body wants. If this body wants to open up that first one, it can. But it has to have at least one that is anything under your jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you everybody who provided public comments. Have any public comments been submitted online?
Yes, I have one public comment submitted online. Is it okay if I read it into the record?
Please proceed.
This email was submitted by Kyle Kemp, Washoe County School District Accountability Coordinator. Dear members of the State Board of Education, this public comment is intended for agenda item 14. We in the Washoe County School District acknowledge the intent of NDE dashboard to improve transparency, but have serious concerns regarding its potential to compromise teacher privacy, student confidentiality, and school level scheduling autonomy. Number 1, teacher and professional privacy. Publicly displaying teachers' names, especially for small classes with fewer than 10 students, risk imposing sensitive information about individual staff, assignments, and roles. This is particularly concerning for specialized programs like special education or English learners, where smaller rosters could unintentionally reveal details about vulnerable student populations or specific teacher assignments. 2, distorted perceptions of resource allocation, including small, specialized classes or programs alongside general education sections creates the appearance of inequity and inefficiency, potentially misleading stakeholders about how resources are allocated. Without proper context, this could lead to unnecessary criticism or misunderstanding. 3, accuracy of data. The use of the frequency weighting mean class size calculation requires careful vetting and explanation to stakeholders, as it may not accurately reflect teacher workloads or classroom dynamics, especially for team taught classes or sections with dual credit enrollments. 4. Impact on school level scheduling power. Schools operate under unique circumstances and require flexibility in managing their schedules and staff assignments. By centralizing and publicly such granular data, the dashboard could unintentionally undermine local decision making and scheduling autonomy. We recommend the following: mask teachers' names in the dashboard and replace names with the state staff ID or teacher license number. Suppress rosters for classes with fewer than 10 students to align with existing Nevada report card privacy standards. Note the existence of multiple teachers who may also be supporting the classes. Conduct a full SCED code of review to ensure alignment across districts and that we are accurately accounting for courses that align with the use of frequency weighting mean class size calculation.
Thank you, Angie, for reading that, and please make sure it gets submitted online so that those public comments are available in their entirety.
Will do.
Thank you so much. And with that, that concludes public comment number 1. We will move on to agenda item 3 for a flexible agenda. This would allow the board to take items out of order. May I have a motion to approve the use of a flexible agenda?
I move to approve a flexible agenda.
Member Hudson, second.
All right, so moved. Now we will move on to the Vice President's report. I would like to acknowledge that we are in the second half of the school year, and we are now in 2025, which is hard to believe. And it's an exciting place to be, so welcome all to that. And we hope and wish the second half of the school year goes well for all of our districts and students. Are there any updates from any board members? Oh, that was exciting. We forgot to vote on item number 3. We just moved it. Let's go back to item number 3. So we have Member Elf with a motion and Member Hudson with a second. Can I get a vote for the yays? And nays? Any abstentions? Okay, now it passes. Congratulations, everybody. Go team. Now moving on to item 4. Do we have any board member updates? I see Member Hughes.
As Member Hughes, I wanted to provide 2 quick updates. The first is I spoke last time about our curriculum subcommittee that was working on making recommendations. Because that features prominently in the STIP that we'll talk about later, just wanted to name that because of Member Cantu's transition off the board and just holiday scheduling, we decided to hit pause on the December meeting and are going to get those back up and running hopefully sometime this month. So that is still in motion. And if any new members would like to join, we would love to have you. And the second is our Innovation and Excellence Committee that I've kept this board up to date on. So we've come to the point where sort of there's a final set of recommendations and sort of a text that's being sent to the legislature coming up here. And so individual members had the option to sort of sign on to put their name behind it. Folks that were representing boards tended to opt to want to agendize that and make sure that they were speaking on behalf of the board they represent versus as an individual. And so I'm hoping we can get that agendized next time and maybe still sneak that in if we so choose to put the state board's name behind the plan that we're going to put forward. So we're pretty much near the end, at least, of this phase of it. And then next we'll head to legislation.
Member Keys.
This December, I was able to attend the NASB annual conference with a lot of my fellow board members. It was very nice. We got to meet a lot of people from across the state, superintendents, board members. We got to learn from their stories, learn about more about how local school districts are run in Nevada, and learn about how we can help them. And then I got to present on behalf of NSBMA, the National Student Board Member Association, to tell them about my position. We got the student member from Washoe County to come and present with us. We got Miss Laura Jean Penrod, who is a Teacher of the Year for 2024. So we can spread the word about student voice and let everyone know that they should add a student member to their board. And so that was really great to learn about. And then another thing is the application for my position has already come out. It opened December 13th and it's due February 14th. So if any of you guys know any students that would be interested and are in student council, please tell them to ask their advisor for the application. And again, that's due February 14th. So I'm excited to get someone new on.
Thank you, Member Keys, for always representing the student voice so well. I really want to highlight what you mentioned about the NASB conference. It was absolutely a wonderful experience to have members of our board join the local school boards and the superintendents in learning and really sharing a vision for the state of Nevada. So thank you for that opportunity. And we look forward to the new student member and those applications that will come through. Member Orr, I want to acknowledge that you are up there and on my screen. So please, at any time, we will all work together up here to see and acknowledge you. But if we miss you, please make sure that we capture you. Okay. Any other member board updates? We'll move on to the Nevada System of Higher Education updates. And Member Goodman did provide an update to be read into the record. So I will go ahead and read that for everybody now. The Nevada System of Higher Education is proud to announce the launch of the inaugural Nevada FAFSA Challenge, a statewide initiative to boost free application for federal student aid completion rates among Nevada high school seniors. The competition running from January 1 the competition ran from January 1 through March 31st, 2025. Yes, that's still current. The University of Nevada, Las Vegas and Las Vegas Sands are pleased to announce the creation of the Sands Institute for Chinese Language and Culture at UNLV, which was formally approved by the Nevada System of Higher Education Board of Regents at its quarterly meeting on December 5th, 2024. Made possible by a generous $15 million donation from Sands to the UNLV Foundation, this initiative highlights a shared commitment to enriching the educational and cultural landscape of Las Vegas and beyond. A new study led by DRI's ICE core team, published Monday, January 6th, in Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, links atmospheric lead pollution to IQ declines in ancient Rome. The story is generating significant media coverage, including stories in the New York Times, Newsweek, and Popular Science. That's fascinating. We are currently in the midst of 3 important leadership searches: College of Southern Nevada President Search, Truckee Meadows Community College President Search, and the ever-important Chancellor Search. These are exciting times for NSHE. NSHE has begun an initiative to streamline the math pathways for nursing students system-wide. We believe this initiative will make the system more streamlined while working better for all students. While we are starting in the nursing discipline, we are looking to apply these pathways to more areas so all students may benefit from a working, accessible system. Finally, we honored the passing of an esteemed regent and public servant in Lois Tarkanian, forgive me. She was a woman whose passion for education made a positive impact on our community. Thank you, Member Goodman, for that update. And with that, we will pass it over to Superintendent Ebert for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, and good morning. As we step into 2025, I thought I'd give a synopsis, if you will, not for 20 minutes in any way, shape, or form, but highlights from the last year, and then as well as to start thinking about the work that the department has been doing for the last 6 months. We've been preparing for the legislative session, as noted by one of the guest speakers. Governor Lombardo will have the State of the State on January 15th. And as part of that, the whole entire department it provides support to all of the legislators as they think about their bills, making sure that we as the department, you are well aware that we provide the technical assistance. We do not weigh in on legislator bills, but we do provide the technical assistance so that everyone has the information that they need to be able to make informed decisions. So with that, this last year, we've hired many new staff members to expand our capacity. I'd like to specifically call out, she started on Monday, Lanisha Batal, who joined as our director for Office of Safe and Respectful Learning. She comes to us from the Washoe County School District and has had many years of great success as a school administrator and also a central office administrator. We also would like to welcome Kurt Coleman, who is our new Educator Program Supervisor for the Office of Student and School Supports. We're thrilled that both of them have been able to join our team. You will see them as they grow their wings to help present here and provide all of us with more information. So significant work that has transpired this last year. First and foremost, Deputy Peterson, as you know, and team and the rest of the department, staff, the Commission on School Funding, their report, which is required out of Senate Bill 98 and AB 400 and NRS 387.12463. The comprehensive report was published. It is over 500 pages and reflects more than 1,000 hours of the department work to make sure that school districts, charter schools, subject matter experts, and all of the hard work and dedication across the entire state of Nevada is reflected. And again, here too, showing the expertise, giving people information so they can make informed decisions. We're also seeing positive trends in both academic performance and attendance across our state, the results of the Smarter Balance Assessment, which we reported to the board previously, in mathematics and English language arts. Mathematics proficiency rate increased by 1.3 percentage points, and English language arts was a 0.3 percentage points. We are working very closely with the leaders within the school districts to make sure that as the resources that were made available from the last legislative session, they have the funds were made available in July, but as you all know, it does take time for hiring, providing, attaining additional supports. If there are materials that they need to order, that takes time. And so this last school year, when you think about it, it really is only about half a school year that they've been able to implement. So we know that this next report over this next school year, we'll see even more gains. Additionally, in our Nevada School Performance Framework with our star ratings, we saw an increase in the number of 4- and 5-star schools across the entire state, which is a clear indication of the progress we're making to improve school performance statewide. The last item that I would like to for update is mention I was able to join a roundtable yesterday with the AFT president, Randy Gartner at UNLV. She was here to listen more about Nevada Forward and the work that the state is doing with teacher apprenticeship. We are leading the nation. She is someone that travels across all states and looks on what they were doing. And I don't know how many times she kept saying, you in Nevada are doing the work that I have not seen anywhere else. And her question kept asking, why? Why is this being done here and not anywhere else? And it was really interesting to have her drill in on that. And everyone that was at the table, the Clark County School District, UNLV, myself, we had the state representative for state apprenticeship. It is truly looking at our processes that have been put in place or actions that have been taken by the legislature. We also had Senator Dondera Luke there, as well as Assemblywoman Taurus Fawcett. She has changed her name. We celebrated her marriage in December, but they too were at the table. And it is really looking and not saying anyone specifically owning it and saying, well, this was our part and we did it, but it's the continual communication and closing the gaps where there have been for decades, quite honestly. Everyone is doing their part, but it's that white space that's created that you need to fill in and make sure that everyone is doing their part and listening to each other, and that you're breaking down the silos. And that really came out yesterday as she was drilling in on our root cause. How did you get to, did you truly analyze what was happening before, and how can you continue moving in that way? And then she also challenged us at the end of the conversation to look at accountability. And I said, well, you need to come and visit us a year from now, because we are working quite a bit on what accountability needs to look like and should look like, to recognize the great work of all of our school districts, and then also to identify if there are schools that need additional supports, that we're targeted and strategic about those resources. So that ends my report for this morning. If you have any questions of me there, I do have an award to recognize, but I will pause for questions with the Nevada Department of Education update.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. Any questions from members of the board? Seeing none, please continue.
I am very honored to recognize the State Superintendent of the Year for Nevada. She was nominated and selected by her peers of the Nevada Association of School Superintendent. It is a prestigious award. She will be recognized with other state superintendents across the United States, have the opportunity to be recognized as the National Superintendent of the Year. But with that, it is important to know that Superintendent Pam Teal has led not only just this award, but her entire career, starting with our youngest learners in the classroom, and has led the Lincoln County School District to great success. They, the last academic school year, made the most gains of any school district across our state. And that, yes, celebrate. That is no feat, especially when you have schools as far apart as they are in Lincoln County School District. To get from one community, she has 3 major communities within Lincoln County, and to drive from one community to another is over an hour. But that team has rallied around and is leading the future. They have leaned in on the portrait of a learner work and competency based. It is not easy to do this work, but she does not shy away from doing the hard work that is right for our students in the state of Nevada. So with that deep and great gratitude, I would like to recognize Pam Teal. I know that there are members of the board that would also like to recognize her. Pam, can we get you to come and sit at the dais so that we can formally, maybe a big round of applause? Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Teal. And we do have members who would like to congratulate you. So I'll turn it over to Member Elf.
All right, thank you so much. I was asked to say a few words about Pam on behalf of NAS, and not only is Pam just an amazing superintendent and educator, she's one of my dear friends, and I would say she's my best friend, and we spend a lot of hours carpooling back and forth across this state together to get from point A to point B. And the amount of work that Pam has done throughout her career for not only Lincoln County but the entire state is just invaluable. I mean, she's had such an amazing career, 29 years, starting like I said with our littles, our youngest. I got to know Pam years ago as we were both special education directors. And so I always, shout out to the former special education director world. She her work in personalized learning, improving climate and culture, policy, leadership in general, it's just incredible and outstanding of what she has done throughout her career. And her leadership in NAS was so crucial at the timing of when she was the president of NAS. And there's just so many things happening and moving in education right now, and there could not have been a better person to do that. And we are very, very proud of her. We're very proud that she's representing us. I'm very happy for her that she's retiring, but it does literally bring tears to my eyes because I just will never ever have a carpool buddy as good as Pam ever again.
Well, you can call me.
Oh, we will. We will. So thank you so much for everything you've done, Pam.
Any other board members? Looking online? No? Okay. I would like to say thank you. You have been a mentor to me in ways you probably don't even realize. And I'm sure that other people that have come across you in your 29 years feel the same way. So thank you to your dedication and support for Nevada. Okay, with that, we will move on to agenda item 6. And this is a super exciting agenda item. So I am excited to introduce our newest members of the State Board of Education. We are thrilled to welcome these highly qualified individuals who bring fresh perspectives and valuable expertise to our team. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Tricia Braxton and Ms. Danielle Ford. First, I would like to, I'll give you both a heads up. You'll have an opportunity to say a few words. So if you need to think about that ahead of time. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Tricia Braxton, one of our newest members. Dr. Braxton brings a wealth of experience as a senior coordinator at the University of Nevada, Reno Extension. Dr. Braxton cultivates strategic partnerships for community-based programs to enrich classroom instruction with hands-on learning. Additionally, Dr. Braxton serves on several committees supporting Neurodiversity Alliance and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. She will be an asset to our efforts as we continue to focus on improving education across Nevada. Dr. Braxton, if you'd like to say a few words, please go ahead.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for this wonderful welcome. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I saw this as an agenda item and thought perhaps I should write a written statement. But I chose to speak from the heart today at this point. The campaign that I ran was a good campaign. It was a tough campaign. But after 158,201 votes, I am here today. I also see the votes that I did not receive. And I hear the concerns of parents, educators, and students throughout my district and beyond. I'm here to represent all students, all educators. I thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Braxton. Next, I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Danielle Ford, who also joins us as a new member of the board. Danielle has extensive experience, is a TEDx speaker and 2-time elected official. Danielle brings a wealth of experience in leadership, community engagement, and digital strategy to our team. She previously served as a trustee for the Clark County School District, where she earned a reputation for championing transparency, ethical governance, and student-centered policies. We are confident that her passion will contribute greatly to the development of our education initiatives here in Nevada. And with that, Member Ford, if you'd like to say a few words, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be part of this board. I have recent experience with CCSD, so I feel like I have some personal experience in some of those issues that we have between the two boards. I know CCSD isn't the only school district that we support, but it is the largest and sometimes the brunt of some of our challenges. So I'm very excited to help be a bridge between this board and the CCSD board. As a parent and as somebody who grew up in Nevada's public schools, I have that experience as well. And so I stand here after talking to a lot of my former classmates and talking a lot, having conversations. Specifically recently was our 20-year graduate or reunion. And so we spoke a lot about what school is like, and it really was really invigorating for me to remember how much it's changed between when I was in school and with my children and my nieces and nephews going through school. And so there's a lot of things that I think we can reflect on and maybe make some changes back to the way things were in a good way. My focus is going to be on ensuring that education serves every student equitably, that we protect public resources from outside interests, and of course, always empowering educators to do what they do best, which is to teach. I look very forward to working collaboratively with this board to make some real good student-centered decisions and strengthening all of our schools to benefit the families and the communities that they serve. So thank you very much for the welcome, and I look forward to getting to work.
Excellent. Thank you, Member Ford. We're just thrilled. So yay and welcome. We're so happy to have you both with us. Yes. Okay, with that, we will move on to agenda item 7, election of officers of the State Board of Education. And at this time, I would like to ask Senior Deputy Attorney General David Gardner to lead the board through the process of electing and voting for officers to serve as the board's president, vice president, and clerk. So please proceed.
Thank you. This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. The process is pretty simple. It's done pursuant to NRS 385-030. Basically, any member is allowed to appoint themselves they're allowed to choose themselves or another member for a position. Once we have all the names, we'll vote. Whoever gets the majority wins. And then we'll do the same thing for vice president, and we'll do the same thing for clerk. The process happens even if we only get one name. We've had that happen a number of times where we have to vote, even though there's only one name, but we still have to do it because this board needs to vote to elect the person. So with that understanding, who are my nominees? Or once again, anybody can nominate themselves or another board member, but any nominees for president?
Member Hughes, I'd like to nominate Member Dockweiler.
Can I second that?
As soon as they're nominated, that's fine. But yeah, you can second it, but it's really just I'm trying to get all the names so that way we can hold the vote. Well, we have to do them one at a time. Any other nominees? Okay, not seeing or hearing any. I know there's only one name, but we have to vote anyways. So all in favor of Dr. Catherine Dockweiler to be our new president, please say aye.
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 All opposed? So congratulations, President Dockweiler. Okay, now we'll follow the exact same process for vice president. Any and all nominations, once again, you can nominate yourself or any other board member for vice president.
So Member Dockweiler, I nominate Member Hughes for vice president.
Okay, any other names, nominations for vice president? Okay, hearing none. Once again, I know we only have one name, but we still have to vote. All those in favor of Tim Hughes being the vice president of the board, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, congratulations, Vice President Hughes. And once again, same process for clerk. Please, any nominations for clerk, once again, you can nominate yourself or any other board member.
I would like to nominate Member Hudson.
Any other nominees? Okay, hearing none, still have to vote. All those in favor of Tamara Hudson to be the clerk of the board, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Clerk Hudson. And with that, I will turn it back over to President Dockweiler.
Thank you, Dad Gardner, for running a seamless election. Thank you. With that, we will move on to agenda item 8, the consent agenda. I trust that our board members have had ample opportunity to review the consent agenda items and the supporting materials. As a reminder, board members are asked to review all materials and request clarification in writing. The board has not received any submitted questions. Since we did not receive any questions, we should be able to proceed without much of a discussion here. Are there any items to be pulled for a discussion this time?
Member Hughes. I just had one quick comment, so I don't know if that's appropriate to make now or sort of a question slash comment. So I know when the rite of passage charter came up last time, there was questions about the name charter being misleading to families because it's technically a private school. So I don't know if that ever got resolved in terms of what the official rules are, but just want to make sure families know exactly what they're getting. I know it's a very specialized kind of institution, but I was just curious if we fixed that issue since last time.
This is Barbara Bedell, Education Programs Professional with the Office of Student and School Support, supporting private schools. I think last time we had asked Dag Gardner if we had any obligation or if there's anything that we need to do. As far as the specific names, there's nothing that I know of in NRS 394 that would prevent a school from naming their school a certain thing. You're right, this is a specialty school. It's specifically for students who, their focus is for students who have been victims of trafficking. So it isn't really open to the public. It is just for those students who are receiving treatment in grades 6 through 12. So I don't know, I guess I don't know the answer to that question, but I would yield to Dag Gardner on that. Do you know if there is anything specific preventing a school from a certain name, even if it does appear misleading?
This is Deputy Chief David Gardner. Typically, if you're going to find something like this, you'll look into the NRS 394, it says certain words cannot be used. It has a prohibition on it. I was not able to find that same prohibition for the use of the word charter in the name. So because of that, I do not believe that it is not allowed. I think it is allowed because I could not find a prohibition in either the regs or the statute.
Yeah, got it. And then just to follow that line quickly again, I don't think anybody would do this, but just somebody out there might want to take this up. Could a district name one of their schools as a charter?
This is Deputy Superintendent David Gardner. If so, are you saying would the school district be creating a school district school, so a district school under their authority under 386, or would they be creating a charter school, which they can do as well?
Yeah, I'm saying could they just slap charter onto Cheyenne High School charter because that's the name they chose? Is that a legitimate? Because again, it gets very confusing to the public.
I would say at this point, I don't see anything that prohibits that use. Like I said, in 394, we do have sections which says that you can't use certain terms unless you have a license or something like that. Charter, as far as I know, is not one of them. So that could be changed, but as far as at least right now, I do not see anything in statute that prohibits the use of the term charter, even by things we would not consider charter schools.
This is President Dockweiler. I would offer that perhaps we move that to a future agenda item to explore possibly making that clarification if that's within our jurisdiction to do so. Okay, at this, are there any other questions or discussion on this agenda item? If not, can I have a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve that item.
Thank you, Member Ford. Is there a second?
Member Hudson, second.
Member Hudson, second. Okay, let's take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any abstention? Excuse me, any nays? And abstentions? Okay, seeing none, the consent agenda passes. And I would like to go back to the new member item for just a moment. I would also like to recognize Member Orr. She was recently appointed to this board and she has also won her election. So she is now an elected member of this board. So I want to acknowledge that fully. And Member Orr, would you like to make any comments or say a few words?
Thank you. I appreciate you acknowledging the election. It was much nicer to be appointed than elected, but I'm glad that I survived the election. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Orr. You have lots of claps from the room down here. I also do want to recognize Member Hughes was also elected, and also Member Hudson. Her reappointment to this board from Assemblyman Yeager also has been finalized. So welcome, welcome. Lots of welcomes today. Have I forgot? Is anybody else new or need to be recognized? Okay. All right. So with that, we will now move on to agenda item 9. The board will hear a presentation from Lisa Ford, Chief Strategy Officer, and Christopher Huffman, Strategic Consultant for the Department of Education. They will discuss the strategies and objectives outlined in the working draft of the newly developed statewide plan aimed at improving educational outcomes for students across Nevada. Thank you for being with us today, and please proceed when you are ready.
David, could you please give me sharer rights, please?
All set.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask that you please bear with me on the presentation of the screen because I'm going to be toggling between documents. And if I go into presenter mode for slideshow, it won't let me switch documents as I work through the presentation. Good morning, President Dockweiler, Superintendent Evert, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Lisa Ford. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for the Nevada Department of Education, and today I'm joined by Christopher Huffman, the Strategic Consultant for the Nevada Department of Education. Today, we're very proud to present the updated working draft of the statewide plan for the improvement of pupils, which for the purposes of this presentation, we've abbreviated to STIP 2030. Today's presentation is intended to demonstrate work collected since our last presentation in October of 2024. Over the last 3 months, the department staff have taken measures based off collaboration between departments, as well as our Region 15 Comprehensive Center partners, both WestEd and the American Institute for Research, and previous notes provided by the Nevada State Board of Education, leading us to the work we present today. STIP 2030 Council includes myself, Christopher Huffman, our strategic consultant, and the team from the Region 15 Comprehensive Centers. Today, I'll begin with setting the purpose for the STIP, including requirements for this plan. Following that, I would like to calibrate on the existing principles that guided the work and orient the audience on current frameworks that helped build this document as it currently stands. After laying groundwork for this presentation, Mr. Huffman will introduce the architecture of the proposed STIP 2030 and share next steps in establishing this work to guide Nevada in continuous growth and improvement in Nevada's public education students. The statewide plan for the improvement of pupils is required by NRS 385.111 through 113. In short, this group of Nevada revised statutes requires the preparation and annual submission of a plan to improve the achievement of pupils enrolled in public schools. The STIP 2030 is the strategic guide to improve educational outcomes for all students in Nevada, while aligning the mandates set forth in NRS. It provides measurable results, actionable initiatives, and community involvement to drive meaningful change. This plan is a framework to connect statewide targets, local efforts, ensuring action focus on student outcomes. STIP 2030 creates a shared understanding across stakeholders, ensuring alignment and clarity in the department's priorities. It's designed to be flexible, adapting to the dynamic needs of Nevada's public education landscape. By providing regular updates, the plan reinforces accountability and continuous improvement, keeping progress transparent and measurable. The progress made on STIP 2030 demonstrates a commitment to refining and strengthening the plan to better meet the needs of Nevada's students and educators. Significant structural changes have been implemented to make the plan more streamlined and accessible. These updates include refined targets and initiatives that reflect evolving educational priorities, a stronger alignment with guiding frameworks. Additionally, the department has ensured transparency by incorporating comprehensive documentation into the appendices, providing the necessary resources to support effective implementation and ongoing monitoring efforts. A cornerstone of this progress continues to be the emphasis on community collaboration. By partnering with organizations such as WESTED and American Institute for Research, Nevada is leveraging national expertise to develop state-specific solutions. Collaboration with local commissions and councils has ensured the plan remains responsive to the needs of Nevada communities. These partnerships not only enhance the credibility of the STEP 2030, but also foster innovative research-driven strategies that directly support improved outcomes for students. Together, these structural improvements and collaborative efforts represent meaningful strides toward achieving the targets of the STEP 2030. I'll now turn the presentation over to Christopher Huffman to review the elements contained within the STEP.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Christopher Huffman, Strategic Consultant for the Nevada Department of Education. STEP 2030 is built on a foundation that reflects the shared vision and goals of the State Board of Education and the mission and values of the Nevada Department of Education. This plan integrates key guiding frameworks and strategic priorities to ensure it is aligned with the overarching mission of improving outcomes for every Nevada learner. It strategically leverages critical frameworks focused on public education in Nevada to define success while embracing accountability as a core principle. These frameworks include the collaboratively developed Portrait of a Nevada Learner, the System of District Performance Accountability known as ACING Accountability, and Governor Lombardo's 3-year policy matrix, which includes a section on public education, commonly referred to as the Nevada Way. Furthermore, the STIP is rooted in data, drawing on Nevada's academic performance metrics to shape its strategies. By analyzing trends in literacy, mathematics, and science proficiency, high school graduation rates, and college readiness, the department has created targeted approaches to driving progress. This integrated approach ensures alignment between vision and action while enabling the department to drive continuous improvement across the education system. In October, we presented the draft targets and initiatives, and this slide reintroduces and displays the updated targets and initiatives in STIP 2030. The STIP 2030 plan represents a forward-thinking approach to advancing education in Nevada, prioritizing equity, excellence, and resource optimization. It is designed to address critical needs across 3 interconnected targets: equitable access to high-quality pre-K through 12 learning, strengthening educator development, retention, and recruitment, and strategically utilizing available resources to support student learning. The plan ensures that all students, regardless of background, have access to the tools and opportunities needed to thrive, with a focus on leveraging data and expanding specialized services to meet diverse needs. Recognizing that educators are the backbone of student success, the plan emphasizes sustainable solutions for retention and recruitment, alongside robust professional development and technical assistance to empower and support them. It also prioritizes strategic financial stewardship and community engagement to maximize the impact of available resources and create a shared vision for educational excellence. Importantly, the initiatives reflect a cross-cutting focus on the well-being of both students and educators, ensuring a holistic approach to addressing their needs. The STIP 2030 framework is designed to ensure clarity, accountability, and measurable progress by outlining specific responsibilities at both the target and initiative levels. On the target level, target leads are designated to oversee and guide the work of the department, while annual performance indicators are used to track and measure success over time. At the initiative level, strategically aligned offices are responsible for carrying out specific components of the plan. To ensure successful implementation, each initiative includes clearly defined success criteria, which outlines what success looks like. Additionally, each initiative focuses on achieving specific intended outcomes or the desired results or changes that the initiative aims to deliver. And finally, actionable steps are detailed through our action items, which connect daily tasks to the broader outcomes. This structure ensures every element of STIP 2030 is purposeful and aligned with its overarching objectives. The appendix on initiative progress provides a comprehensive and detailed update on the implementation of STIP 2030 initiatives, serving as a critical tool to track progress, ensure transparency, and guide our next steps. It begins with progress updates, highlighting key achievements to date and showcasing the work accomplished to maintain transparency for all stakeholders. Next, it outlines our deliverables, emphasizing tangible results produced through the initiative that demonstrate alignment with STIP 2030's targets. The appendix also details the support provided, describing resources and assistance allocated to overcome challenges and drive success. Additionally, upcoming milestones provide a roadmap for outlining key deliverables for the successful implementation of STIP 2030 initiatives moving forward. Together, these initiatives provide a clear and cohesive overview of progress, resource allocation, and our path forward, ensuring a streamlined and unified approach to realizing the vision of STIP 2030. The current slide outlines the next steps and timeline for advancing STIP 2030. The immediate priority is to finalize NDE activities for each initiative, creating a foundation for meaningful discussion that incorporates diverse perspectives and ensures that the plan aligns with strategic directions. The proposed timeline highlights key milestones in the coming months. In January of 2025, efforts will focus on organizing and collecting input to guide the final stages of development. By February of 2025, the STIP 2030 framework will be finalized, integrating data and feedback gathered throughout the process. And finally, in March of 2025, the completed plan will be presented as a comprehensive roadmap for our future. This concludes today's update on the STIP 2030 working draft, and we welcome your feedback and input as we move forward. Thank you for your time and attention today. At this time, we are prepared to take comments and answer any questions.
Thank you both for the presentation and providing that comprehensive draft report. And I know I have a few questions, but I'm looking to my fellow board members first to see what questions they may have. Member else.
All right. I can appreciate how much work this is. Quite a document. it was a lot to read. Accountability certainly has been the large topic of conversation, in every aspect. And I just think that we need to be very, very careful. And school superintendents are frequently accused of not wanting accountability. And I can assure you that that is just not what is coming from our group. But I just kind of want to go back down the road. I mean, my very first school administrative job, I was a vice principal at one of the lowest performing schools in the state. At that point in time, it was designated as a Nevada focused school. We worked with an outside consulting agency, WestEd. They took it over. At one point, our school district actually requested that the Department of Ed took the school over, and we were told at that point in time that they didn't have the capacity to do that. And so fast forward to a new initiative, there was Race to the Top funds. It was a turnaround school, TSI school, CSI school. That's how I got to know Member Hughes. We worked together with TNTP. We also worked with ANET. We worked with several different entities in that scenario. And all along, it's not because people didn't want this school to improve, and it's not that efforts weren't happening there. Still to this day, there has been no improvement at that school. And so I just think we just need to be so cautious and careful about what we're creating in the name of accountability, because I think we're starting to really recycle failed No Child Left Behind initiatives of accountability. And I understand it's really, really challenging because there's an abstract, right? And so really improving teacher quality, I just feel that needs to be our focus. And it's really hard to say we're improving teacher quality without assessing the kids, right? And so I know that that's a kind of a nightmare, like that right? Like that's why we always have these conversations over and over again, right? But I just worry that we have competing initiatives in here, and I think maybe just not as much collaboration as needs to happen with what does the Nevada way actually mean, right? Like what does that actually look like? What type of, I guess, for lack of a better term, hammer, right, comes with that? And is that really realistic, or is that going to work? Because throughout all these different initiatives, the Department of Ed had authority to take over schools. And like I said, in my previous district, we requested that happened, and it just wasn't a feasible option at that scenario. So Um, I just think we just need to be so careful creating scenarios with and I'm not saying this about either Lisa or Christopher, right? And I very much appreciate Lisa the offer to have more discussions about this too. I'm very appreciative of that. But I just think that so much of what we're doing right now in education is operating under the intent that there aren't good people trying to do good things. And so, and I'm not saying that about this document by any means, but I just think we just need to be so careful about the messaging and what that looks like. And nobody on this board, at the Department of Ed and school districts, school superintendents, we all believe that accountability needs to happen. We all believe in accountability. I just don't, I think we need to be very inventive about what accountability looks like now into the future, because everything that we've talked about recently, proposed legislation, everything, it's all recycled accountability measures, right? It's just got a different name and a bit of a different idea to it. And so I just think we need to be very, very careful about what that looks like. And then just another personal thing, I mean, and this is, like I said, very impressive document, all 70 some pages of it, but can we shorten it? Like,
Thank you, Member Else, for those comments. I want to follow up with two questions. One is, can you give us a synopsis of the definition of the Nevada way? And then also, relative to accountability, will this plan come with additional testing that will be required of our districts?
Lisa Ford for the record. I think the superintendent has stated in the past, even with the ACing accountability metrics, that didn't include new assessments. So this plan does not require new assessments moving forward. It only maintains the assessments that are currently in use by the state. Districts can impose additional assessments, but they're not coming down from the state level as required as a part of this plan. And then I'll let Chris speak to the Nevada Way plan.
Chris Huffman for the record. So with Governor Lombardo's 3-year policy plan, and this is on page 11 and 12 of the current working draft, it's really his policy, the policy for empowering the executive branch to provide customer service to the residents, businesses, visitors. And so when you look at specifically the education and workforce priorities from that document, we're looking at preparing students for college and careers, improving accountability in education, expanding alternative education opportunities, and coordinating workforce training activities. And there's several initiatives within each of those 4 categories. This is Governor Lombardo's plan, and obviously the Nevada Department of Education is part of the state government as well. And so we're looking into how can we tie in the targets and initiatives that we're doing, and how do those align with the plan. So the plan was used again as a guiding framework. It wasn't that it was the initial piece, but it was as we were looking at the work that we were trying to build in from all of the conversations that we were having with different community partners within the Department of Education, with all of you, with districts, is where do we see those connections and those links to other pieces within the Nevada government's plans for education. So it was not, while we call it a guiding framework, it wasn't necessarily where we started. It was just that as we were looking, we were seeing that a lot of these pieces were bridging. And so we wanted to call attention to the fact that we are working in tandem with some of Governor Lombardo's policies and plans.
Lisa Ford for the record. Also, as you look, in order to create that bridge, as you look through the document at the initiatives, we tried to tie where the ACing accountability, where the 3-year policy matrix, and where the portrait of a Nevada learner were tied in, so that we could make those connections throughout the document.
Wonderful, thank you. Member Orr, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So being that there are those 3 major initiatives coming through the state, what would you say are the areas of service, like the areas of service where the NDE is best at providing service to the districts and charter schools. Um, like what has changed most through this new STIP? In what ways is the NDE providing the best service to districts in order for them to meet these targets?
Thank you for the question, Chris Huffman, for the record again. So just to clarify, you're asking in what ways is the department providing the best service related to Nevada education?
Right. So there are requirements that, I mean, the people that are doing the work, that are providing the high quality instruction, that are using data to drive systems and initiatives, that are providing the educational experiences, that are actually recruiting educators and retaining educators, that are actually engaging in professional learning, right, and doing the finances and all that, are more likely the people in districts and at school levels. So the Nevada Department of Education is really providing service. And so the STIP is like, we are requiring those things to happen. So in what ways are we providing better service so those things can happen better on the ground?
Okay, thank you. I understand better. So again, Chris Huffman for the record. So if you look at the targets are really focused on the services that we provide. Ensuring the equitable access by looking through the types of resources, the data opportunities, and expanding those specialized services, the specialized educational services for our students. And then when we look at the educator development, we are looking at the service of providing teacher licensure, as well as support for those members of our current education system that are looking to become educators, whether it's support staff that are looking to move into being a licensed educator, or business and industry members wanting to also teach within our high schools. And then finally, the utilization of available resources such as the funding and ensuring that funding gets out. When you look at the services that we provide across all of this, it's really that technical assistance and professional development that we're providing to our district services as well as to the members of education, whether that is work with our families and our community members or the educators within individual districts. When you look at the appendices, which is part of the reason why this document is so long, to your point about shortening the document, that is the work that is being done. And so we wanted to highlight each of the different things that we are doing. And while that is not exhaustive, there's a lot more that we do. We wanted to highlight how the work that's currently being done in the department aligns to the different targets and the different initiatives. So if you look at the appendices, that's where you'll see a lot of the detailed work of what is being done and those deliverables. But really, when we look at what the work is, it's the professional development, technical assistance, teacher licensure, and allocation of resources.
Member Orr, did that answer your question?
Yes, I think it did in part. I think it's always really important. I think one of the things as we head into the legislative session, and I think as we're hearing from stakeholders on the ground, what we always want to make sure that we're doing is we're not putting out more plans that require more reporting from the people, who are, we're not putting out plans that require more from our stakeholders and less support from us, right? More reporting on their end and less support from us instead of the other way around. So I don't want any plans coming out from us that are like, okay, so now we have this plan and now this requires that the districts and schools now have to show us this, and this, and they have to report out on this, and this in order to show us that, this should be a plan of service instead of a plan of reporting is what I want to make sure this is. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Orr. So it sounds like there won't be any new testing requirements or new reporting requirements. Is that correct? Okay. And Superintendent Ebert, if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert, for the record. I really appreciated the question. And when we brought this to you back in October, it was very similar comments. And so continuing to hold our feet to the fire in that way. What I am pleased to report is, as a department, and also working with the Commission on School Funding, looking at the plethora of reports that are required, whether it's at the district level, state level, individual school level, and making recommendations to remove, consolidate all of those pieces. So now we have Senate Bill 81, which removes a number of requirements. We also had 23 different during this last year in NAC shifts that the team has made. So we have heard you loud and clear on streamlining and being effective and efficient with the minimal amount of time and resources that we have. So now that SB 81 has been published, you can see there, and the public can see there too, of removal of duplicative reports, because we do believe, as Member Else had stated, in reporting, right, what is, so that we know where to allocate our resources and how to be supportive to our schools and school district leaders. So all of that is coming into alignment, streamlining for effective and efficient system.
That is all exciting and beautiful. Thank you. Member Keys, you had a question.
Thank you for putting this together. I just had a really quick question on the collecting community input on this topic. This document is a lot to digest. 70 pages. It was hard for me to read through it. And so I'm just trying to figure out how we make it so that the community understands what's in this document, what this is saying, and if you guys have a plan on giving it out to the community and getting input with that.
Chris Huffman for the record. So our plan with the community is to really focus on the piece of this document that comes before the appendices, because there is so much there and it's very technical in terms of the work that the department does. But to make sure that the community understands what we are trying to accomplish, really looks at the beginning piece, which kind of lays the groundwork for how we came to this point, the academic statistics that help us see kind of where we're at currently, and then looking at the targets and initiatives specifically. So when we're looking at this, we can probably bring this down to just slide 6 when we look at the targets and initiatives themselves to communicate out, and then maybe expand on that a little bit more as we get questions deeper into what the success criteria and such. But really, the front part of the document prior to the appendices is where we would focus our community conversation.
And do you have any workshops planned for the community as of right now, or will that come a little bit later?
Lisa Ford for the record. We are in the process of creating and finalizing a survey that will go out to community. Through discussion, we knew that because of the nature of people's availability across the state of Nevada, there's never really a good time to get everybody's input. So going out to survey was a much better and more effective way to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a question from Member Ford.
Thank you. I'm in absorbing and processing mode of all this right now, so I don't have a whole lot of comments or suggestions, but I just want to say that I literally agree with everything that Member Ellis said, 100. All of that, double it for me. And then I was just looking online on our website, and I just was noticing that there's different versions in previous years of the STIP, and it looks like, I don't know if it's just not on the public website, but there's a few years that are missing. It has 2017, 2018, 2020, and then there's not a 2022 or 2023 or 2024. Clearly it's a 5-year plan, and only one of those was an amendment, but a few things that I noticed was that they look very different from each other. And the one that we're looking at now, it reflects a lot of the vibe of the 2017, 2018 ones and how it's laid out and some of the verbiage in it. So I was just thinking that we should maybe compare with some previous ones and have some conversation about which were the best, which the community understood best, what elements from certain ones we want to bring forward. And then my question was going to be, what is the plan for community input? And that I'm very interested, without going into a different agenda item. We did speak about getting a historical timeline of all the accountability changes to the state over the past 35 years. That's something I'm really wanting to see and wanting to have that information available for the public, because once we have all that historical information, I would really love to bring educators into this conversation in a meaningful way. And then before you said the thing about the survey, I had already written not just the survey, because this, I feel like it's just so on the ground that we need to make sure that it is um, completely understood and on par with the things that educators are doing in their classrooms, and not just too pie in the sky, too high level. That's one of the things that I've often ran into with CCSD and individual educators, is that there's a big disconnect between what the Department of Ed thinks is going to be meaningful data or accountability, and what's actually doable in a classroom, and what's actually going to be going to be a real student outcome for those students. So those are just some of my thoughts. Is there any type of community input that's going to happen besides the survey? I guess that's my only question going forward.
Lisa Ford for the record. So as we were in the development process, we did take this to the superintendent's teacher advisory group, as well as the superintendent's principal advisory group, along with other commissions and councils throughout the state of Nevada as we were developing. So we did go out to get a lot of that community feedback prior to the working draft that was developed for the board to hear today.
And is there like some sort of reference material or info about what that feedback was from those groups?
We can create that.
That would be nice to see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Ford, for the question. One thing too that I would offer is we all represent different constituent groups. So if you have host meetings or meet with your community members, please bring that feedback back to represent them, or invite them to come and give that feedback directly to us as well. I'm looking at you because you asked a question, but not just all of us can do the same for our individual constituency groups. So that would be most welcome. Any other questions? Oh yes, Member Hughes.
It's Member Hughes for the record. Thanks for all the work on this. It's exciting to see the development. And so I think most of my questions have been answered, so we'll just jump in with some feedback, if that's okay. So I think at a high level, I think these things are always complicated at a state level to create, because it's a very complex system and you're trying to think about the work that your staff can do directly versus who else is involved. And so want to just first appreciate that this is like a very challenging task. But as I read this, and again, I know it's a working draft, it's unclear to me, like, what is the actual vision, and like why are these the most important things? Like, sort of what's our theory of change in like the most simple version? And like you can sort of intuit that through some of the broad categories. But again, as to Michael's point, as we think about public and rallying people around this, I think the simpler, the more focused, simplified, the better. And as I read it, I suspect one of the reasons it's not as clear is because we're trying to weave together all these frameworks. And I just don't know that that's very helpful as like a guiding document. I understand people have bosses and constituent groups are trying to like incorporate all the things, but in some places it was like, felt like lip service to one framework, but we're really prioritizing this other thing. So it just gets very confusing, is like, if this is the blueprint, like what's most important and why do we care about this above all else? So that would be just one thing of like simplifying, making a focus, making the vision and theory of change clear. And then I think we talked about this last time. It's still a little bit confusing, the delineation between inputs, outcomes, strategies, goals. So like as an example, like HQIM, which I am a huge proponent of, high quality instructional materials, is certainly a key strategy. That is a means to an end, not the end unto itself. Like that is in support of some of those academic achievements gains overall. So I think it's, again, confusing when you think about the, like, I would say that is more of like a strategy bucket, not an actual like broad kind of target goal. And so just, again, I think if you're thinking about broad audience understanding, the more consistency we can have about how we're terming things. And the last thing I was going to share is and I think this member or speaks maybe a little bit to your point. I do think it, while I know the actual what's required is to outline what the department will do, I do think it could be helpful to sort of delineate and say, here's the role of NDE and the conditions we're going to create. Here's the role of districts. Here's the role of business and industry. Like, I do think people, if this is our statewide improvement plan, like people need to see themselves in it. And a lot of these things, the measures of success, aren't actually measurable because they're things that you don't have direct access to as a state level entity. And so I think if there's a way to sort of think about it, like NDs creating these conditions so that districts are able to do X, here's the way we're going to look at that, so that communities and families can do Y. Like there's some way that I would love to see everybody involved in this and see themselves, that it's not just sort of like a NDE thing. And then I think along with that, just again, making sure this is working draft, so this was not the intent, like that it's, super inspiring, compelling, that people, feel excited about it and can rally around it. Because I think that again will matter to like get all the stakeholders invested. So hopefully that is helpful and clear, but those are the big things on my mind. The final thing I would share is I feel like this is one of the most consequential things that the state board is tasked to do. And while I understand we don't have a staff, as I'm looking at the NRS, it talks about the state board preparing the STIP in consultation with NDE. And I feel like the process is sort of felt flipped of that, where it's NDE in consultation with the board. And given that this is, there's a representative sample of folks on this board, some elected, some appointed, it does feel like we should be playing a larger role. Appreciate sort of the chances to get feedback and input, but sort of in the more like behind the scenes, how the sausage is made kind of details. Because again, this is the one sort of ability that this body has to really influence the direction of education in Nevada. And so I don't want to squander that opportunity and make sure that we are not missing sort of providing robust input, including all the stakeholder voices that we want to, because you all have a limited capacity. And obviously we should be out, on knocking on doors, asking people about this as well and bringing that input to the mix. So we'll stop there, but just appreciate, again, the work and know it's complicated. And certainly want to continue to move this forward in productive ways.
Thank you, Member Hughes. Member Else.
Do you envision the majority of the data for this coming from AC accountability or NSPF or a combination of both?
Lisa Ford for the record. We're looking at the data that drives this coming from a number of sources. So it would be a combination of all of the above.
I appreciate that. I think there's, I've voiced before my concerns about AC accountability. Like on NSPF, my district looks pretty good, right? 63% proficient in reading, everything else. But on AC accountability, I'm almost all red across the board. And so I think that there needs to be some really like specific thought about what we're looking, like what the inputs are that we're looking at from those, just due to the inconsistencies. And unfortunately, in some of the areas on AC accountability, just due to the nature of my district and our insights, I don't ever foresee us not being read in a lot of those areas. So I just think that's something that we need to be cognizant about moving forward as well.
Thank you, Member Else. I had two thoughts or pieces of feedback as well. One is about data collection, and the other one is about alignment to the state board's vision and goals. The 5-year bookends of our vision and goals don't match up with the 5-year bookends of the STIP. So I think that's something that we should reconcile. Our bookends are 21 to 26. The STIP is 25 to 30. So what if in 26 we change our goals or our vision? They can't just be, they can literally just be cut and pasted into the STIP. I get that functionally, that's true. But we would have to do an amendment or the STIP would have to be revised. So I just want to put that on everyone's radar that we will need to do that.
Lisa Ford for the record. One of the pieces that we built into the STIP is that it has that adaptability. And we do realize when we were writing this, we did notice that there was a disconnect in the timelines and knew that there would, once your goals, if and when they change, we would need to update the STIP and be able to ensure that alignment throughout.
Wonderful. And as a board, I think we need to think about rebookending our dates so that they better align with the projections and the content of the STIP. So we'll add that to a future agenda item. We have a lot of work to do on this board. We are solutions focused and action oriented, and we're going to do a lot of action. All right, so I see this is a possible action item. So are we voting to just continue moving this work forward, or is there a specific recommendation you'd like us to take?
Well, if I may just
please go ahead.
Weiler, sorry, this is Member Orr. I just and I'm sorry, this is not moving it forward. I would like to go back to what Member Hughes mentioned because I think it is important. If I remember correctly, last year at this time, in this same meeting, the same concerns were brought up. And I do think that we may need to revisit this again. So at this same meeting last year, I believe we were saying the same things, that the STIP was supposed to be something that was designed by the board and not just brought to the board for a few questions and a few comments. And here we are again, in the same vein, where that has not happened. Last year, I believe that the same thoughts were brought up, that the STIP was not based on a clear theory of change and that there were many documents that were guiding it, and so it was a little bit unclear. And I also believe that last year, the same concern was brought up that the STIP was written based on goals and targets that the state and the NDE couldn't meet without districts and schools meeting those, but that we could not force districts or schools to meet. So I think I just have those same concerns. I don't know if I'm just saying that to put those things on the record, but I think that it's important that perhaps we look back at those same concerns from last year. Perhaps we ask that as we move forward, those concerns are looked at for the future, because I believe that we are looking at the same concerns again, and we have not ever addressed those things.
Thank you, Member Hughes, or excuse me, Member Orr. You both had a similar concern there. Yes, and we can definitely add that to the conversation when we're talking about this at the future agenda item meeting when that happens. But what I would ask you is, what solutions do you have for making those changes that you suggest? And don't mean to put you on the spot, but if you have some, please welcome them there. You can say them now, but if not, please, I think as a board, we really need to, if we have the vision for what we see we want, we need to offer suggestions on how to get there and be active participants in making that change. So if you have any solutions now, please go ahead and share. Otherwise, we can circle back later.
So I think that we'll need to ask NDE to work with us for the future to develop a committee, or work with the board in the future to actually include us in creating this ahead of time, include board members in the creation of the STIP ahead of bringing it to us in an almost fully fleshed out version. So I would ask that that's done in advance next time, and I'm happy to move forward with this otherwise, but I do think that I would like these notes put on the record for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Orr. We have a comment from Superintendent Ebert, and then we have additional board members with questions.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record. So one of the items that you had mentioned, Member Orr, was specifically in our previous goals where we had listed targets that the Department of Education was not in control of meeting. And so so we did listen to you, and you will find that in this, unless you've find it in this document, it is not meant to be. But this document is, as noted by other members of the board, really different than the prior STIP, in that there were indicators, number one, that did not, that the Department of Education cannot or should not be held accountable to, right? It is, as you mentioned earlier, the supports. And so that's where you'll see a huge shift in the frame. And then also, too, by several members of the board, I want to circle back. We have been extremely inclusive of teachers, students, all on page 4. Those are the various groups that have been involved. But, you know, an exhaustive, is every single citizen aware of the SIP? I am no. But I really would appreciate and welcome in our entire Department of Education, you know, if you would like to hold a community event, we definitely can support that. We will have the survey that will go out statewide. So that will be made available as well. We will take the comments that have, or suggestions, solutions that have been offered so far, and work it. And to be quite honest, some of the comments and solutions that have been offered, as we have read it, reread, and it keeps evolving, some of those same things that you have mentioned. So it's like, yes, we thought the same thing. So thank you for continuing to bring that forward. And in this iterative process, we will go back to those same groups, because I think what's very important in any process is that, you know, it's not just a checkbox and saying, oh, I went to the teacher advisory group and I met with them, but it is a loop, right? Okay, we met with you. Now we've captured your work in this document, but did we capture it as you intended? Because maybe there was something that was missed in the translation, or even as the, and I'm using the teacher group as an example, or over the last couple of months, you have had time to think deeply, more deeply about it. And, you know, maybe that's what you mentioned 3 months ago, but would like to go deeper. So this is a working draft, as noted. We will make sure that we work with each board member, reach out specifically if you would like to have a community event meeting. We will be there to support. And yes, we welcome all of the leadership of the board to make this the best document at this moment in time, given the context that we have, to move student achievement forward in our state.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert, for that clarification and the offer. We have Member Braxton and then Member Ford.
So I'm happy we're talking about this community input for something so important. I do have a number of items coming up where I will look at community input, but specifically from our young adults and our students. And I would appreciate an opportunity to contribute to the definitions of what we're talking about. So, for example, the 3 frameworks that were mentioned that are part of the success model here, you know, we have the Nevada Way. Well, I've read the Nevada Way, and there were some items that I felt needed more clarification. And so, with any of the frameworks listed, if greater clarification is needed, it would be helpful to come together and create this logic model, and that's what you were alluding to, Member Hughes, with the theory of change, creating this logic model and also having input, greater input from younger adults. And, you know, hopefully with what we create, it is sustainable. So when I look at these plans, I look at how can this be actualized later. This is an iterative process, as Superintendent Ewart mentioned. And so if we are to move forward, we need to make sure that we are understanding the same definitions, at least, and then moving forward with an agreed upon definition for a logic model so that those outcomes are agreed upon and sustainable for the next step.
Thank you, Member Braxton. Member Ford?
Thank you. I wanted to suggest a solution, or at least the start of a solution. I would be willing to myself, and I'm going to volunteer Anna Binder here, to review that meeting that we're talking about, where it seemed like the board was interested in going a little bit of a different route, and getting that information. And then if we could talk about getting some more of that accountability info at some point so that it's all there, just how everything was changed, how the measuring of student success and outcomes has changed over the past several decades, just to look at, what is possible, what we've done in the past. And then I would like to put all versions of the STIP at the early process and at the finalized version for the past several years side by side to bring to the board just to be able to look at. And then I think if we could get some sort of definitions, like Member Braxton was requesting that we could again then have a conversation about and use the correct terms. With law, it's always like define this, define that. Otherwise, you're not having a conversation. Everyone's assuming intent of different words. I think that's where we would pause and bring that information back to the board, just review it, have all that data. We talked about data. It's important for us to have data too. And then plan some sort of a true community input, but it's really hard to ask the community to come out and give input on something that they can't understand, that's, too just all over the place in a way. We need to be able to put this together really clearly and have a specific ask that we're asking for that input. I love holding events. I've done a bunch when I was on CCSD. I'd have up to 100 people. I had commissioners. I had, mental health professionals, and that was just my community alone. But I know we don't have a budget or resources, but I'm telling you, without putting too much extra work on teachers, there's teachers out there that would be happy to help us get this together. And if you need to get something together in a way that is bite-sizable and easily understood, get yourself a teacher friend because they'll have like a color-coded spreadsheet in like 2 seconds. Trust me, I know this. Um, and so I'm happy to help at both those points at the very beginning to organize that information, and then again after we discuss again to help organize some sort of event and put some. I'll just do some guilt trips to some teachers here and get them involved, and they can act as our support since we are very limited. I don't want to put more stuff on NDE's plate, so that's just a suggestion. We were talking about solutions, so that's kind of what I have.
Perfect. Thank you so much for offering that. I would offer / suggest too the department connect with Member Ford for this next, as this work moves forward, to gather some of that engagement and collect some of that feedback. And I encourage all other members of the board as well, if you'd like to participate in that work, please reach out to either Lisa or Christopher. Okay. So with that, I believe we are not asking to approve anything at this time, correct? We're just approving it to move forward. Okay.
This is Member Orr. I would like to make a motion to move forward with the statewide plan for the improvement of pupils. Do I need to make any further motion?
That is clear. Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Is there a second?
Member Braxton, I second.
Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that passes. And we are going to take items slightly out of order. We're going to take item number 14 right now, as the content of this presentation will be relevant to many other subsequent presentations. So we would like to bring this item forward at this time. So this will be a presentation from Data Insight Partners, Justin White and Nathan Trenholm. And they will share an update on the development of the Educator dashboard. So once you are all connected and ready, please proceed when you are ready.
I'll need to run the presentation here from Carson City, so if you could just direct me when you want me to advance the slides.
David, can you, the copy of the presentation that's in the bottom right-hand corner, he would like to be able to control his presentation. Can you make that?
The system is not capable of running presentations across. You will not see it. So if he would like to control it, you will not see it in Las Vegas.
He will run his slide deck, and the members here in Las Vegas will use their computers to follow along.
Would you also like to get brought up? Well, I'm understanding it's a long slide presentation, so you want to control it so you could click through it pretty quickly.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
It sounds like we are not able to. Oh.
David, one last question. If he is plugged in at the dais, would that work?
No, so the way the system is configured at the moment, we don't have the equipment to do that. So the presentation does stream here, and it does stream online, so the public, anybody watching the YouTube stream or anybody here in Carson can see the presentation. You just won't be able to see it big on the screens there.
That's fine then. Thank you.
David, can you please bring the presentation up so we have it available, and we'll just go through it as quickly as we can, and we will also view it on our own screens.
And so Member Hughes, just before we jump into this, President Dockweiler, could you clarify? And I see, I'm looking out in the audience and see lots of folks who are probably like trying to time their, or is this the only change we're going to go back to the schedule as is after this because this one is linked to the other ones, or do we anticipate other changes?
This was the only anticipated change, so unless something else comes up, we will proceed as intended after this.
So they can, okay. Good morning, State Board, Superintendent. My name is Nathan Trunell with Data Insight Partners. Can you see, like when I switch slides, oh, there, it's right. You guys can't see that? Okay.
I'm trying to match you.
Oh. Okay, okay. Fantastic. Well, sorry about that. Like I said, my name is Nathan Trunell with Data Insight Partners. I'm here to talk to you today about the Nevada Educator Workforce and Class Sizes Data Portal. What I'll be talking about today is going over the context of this work, the goals of this work. Then we'll review the website, which is this data portal, and talk about the next steps that need to happen before it actually goes live. So the context, why is this work important and how did we get here? So what we know is that the biggest factor impacting student learning within the school is the classroom teacher. Right? And despite knowing that for years, Nevada has struggled with its teacher workforce, teacher recruitment, teacher retention. In February of 2016, Nevada declared a teacher shortage emergency to boost out-of-state hiring. By April of 2018, there were national studies showing that Nevada had the largest class sizes in the nation. By August of 2019, parents in Washoe County were reporting that their kids' education was being impacted by the lack of teachers. This is pre-COVID. The same thing happening in Clark County. In fall of 2020, the Nevada Department of Education commissioned a comprehensive study around Nevada's educator workforce and its class sizes. That culminated in a report in which the state superintendent said, for a long time, we have known that Nevada's class sizes are too big and that we have far too many teacher vacancies. This analysis provides a critical look at the obstacles to reaching our goal of all students having equitable access to effective educators, and it puts a price tag on what it would cost to get there. So that sounds really nice, but what happened? Well, the department worked tirelessly to bring a whole bunch of coalitions together to inform them, and the legislature had the courage to pass and the governor to sign the largest education budget increase in the country. Per pupil funding went up 25% with an explicit goal to improve the teacher workforce. And at the time that that happened, the report still said that Nevada ranked first for teacher shortage in the U.S. So since that money was approved, did anything improve with the teacher workforce? Answer, yes. Nevada's teacher attrition rate is the best it has been in 15 years. Prior to the implementation of the new teacher contracts from that record investment, the teacher attrition rate was 12.5%. From last year to this year, it was 8.7%, a 30% improvement year over year. Student-teacher ratios improved in 12 of the 17 districts from last year to this year. Teacher counts are up in Washoe County for the first time in 5 years. In the Clark County School District, they have over 1,100 more teachers than they did just last year. In fact, they have over 19,000 licensed staff, not counting administrators. So the most licensed staff they've ever had, with the best student-teacher ratios they've ever had. So when we look at this major investment, did it improve anything? Absolutely. Right? We see teacher attrition rates improved by 30%. Teacher retention rates improved across all levels, elementary, middle, and high. The count of classroom teachers across the country or across the state is up 1,200 from last year, and there is now a licensed staff for every 15.7 students. This is a remarkable turnaround in what was happening with the teacher workforce in Nevada. But who cares what I say? Nobody, right? I'm choosing here like what we should highlight, but what authority do I have? None. So the real question is, how do we make this type of data accessible to everyone, right? Everyone should have the ability to look at what's important to them. For a parent, it might be their individual school. For a superintendent, it might be their district. For a principal, it might be their school, right? And so how do we make this accessible to everyone? And that's what this work is about. And so the goals are, how do we make this accessible? And how do we do it in a way that is simple enough for every community member, any parent, any nonprofit person, anyone who wants to be engaged in Nevada education? It should be simple enough for them. But at the same time, it needs to be robust enough for the nation's top researchers. So imagine the U.S. Department of Ed is doing competitive grants for anything around the teacher workforce. Do we have the infrastructure to compete for that money to support our teacher workforce? It needs to be practical enough to inform strategy and monitor progress at all levels. So an individual principal, a superintendent, the state board, it should be usable at every level of the state. And then all of that is with the goal of improving student learning. So those are the goals. But we also need to recognize the frustrations of what currently exists. So we want to acknowledge and resolve the current frustrations around class size and teacher workforce reporting. So to look at some of those frustrations, we're going to look back to when the last AB 304 was passed in 2019 with some new class size reporting. And that data was reported to the Legislative Committee of Education in August of 2020. And here's what we heard. From now former Director of Government Affairs in Washoe County, Lindsay Anderson, she said to the committee, I know your frustration about the district reports looking differently and data being pulled differently and not fitting in line with the vision that you had in mind. Right? So different districts are kind of interpreting the requirements a little bit differently. Assemblywoman Brittany Miller summarized educator complaints around this reporting, which was around this idea that these ratios are happening where they're averaging together these classes and not really representing what people were actually experiencing in the classrooms. So you take a big class size and a small class size, you average them together, and now you have a number that nobody at all is experiencing. The superintendent, Russell Klein from Lander County, kind of summed it up really the best. And he said that some of these reports are hundreds or dozens of pages long. And if you want a parent to be able to get any meaningful information out of it, it certainly would not be easy, which was his nice way of saying it's not going to happen, right? And he suggested at that time that this should be something that's centralized through the Department of Education, and that, like the accountability reports, it should be something you can easily sort across districts or sort across schools, or even by teacher name, right? Specifically by teacher name so that it's easy and engaging for parents. And he said, you know, right now, they could do what the state is asking, but ultimately, this reporting is not useful to anybody. So that was 2020. What do those reports look like now? This is the class size report that was put out by the Clark County School District for this current school year. It's a PDF that's 635 pages long. It is grouped by sections or by courses. So again, they're still averaging in a way that Assemblymember Miller was kind of complaining about, summarizing the complaint of educators. And when you look at this, can you look at this report and know they have 1,000 more teachers than they did last year? And can you even see the biggest headline number that was so impactful? And can you easily do any type of comparisons across schools or any type of sorting? No, it's a PDF. Similarly, this is the report put out by Washoe County for this school year. And so their report, also a PDF, 146 pages. But now instead of averaging it together, they're actually reporting it by individual teacher. So even though we heard a public comment at the beginning of this from Washoe saying we shouldn't report by individual teacher, that is actually what they're doing right now. And if you look at about the third row, you'll see there's a class there for an individual teacher with one student. So the thing that they're suggesting we not share, they are already sharing and have been sharing for 5 years. This is something that is already required by law that you report this by teacher. If you go to other districts, they're already reporting the teacher name, classes as small as one student. So you could go to Churchill's website, look at their report, and you'll see the teacher name, the class name, and how many students, even if it's as small as one student. We've also reached out to the U.S. Department of Education, who provides support to state departments of ed around FERPA and things like that, and validated the reporting in this way does not violate any type of privacy concerns. So all of this stuff, reporting at this level, is already legally required. It's already been happening for 5 years. And the U.S. Department of Education has said it does not violate any type of privacy concerns. So to share that, those are the frustrations that were voiced. Those are the frustrations we still see in reporting today. And so when we look at the goals of this work, again, we want to make it engaging for everyone, but we also want to acknowledge and resolve the existing frustrations. So with that, kind of the context, the goals, the frustrations, we'll talk about what does this website look like, how does it work, and what does it do? So this is the main landing page of the website. So you'll get the introductory message from the superintendent that essentially lays out the context and the goals that we just talked about. The website has 3 main components. The first one is the educator workforce. This is where you'll see things like staffing rates and retention rates. We have the second component, which is class sizes. So what are the class sizes that our children are experiencing throughout the state? And then the third component is the research and data. And this is where you could download any of the files that are part of this site, and anyone can do any type of research that they want to do as well. You don't have to just rely on what we have in the main dashboards. So starting with the first component here, the educator workforce, if we want to look at staffing rates throughout the state, we can click all staffing rates. That'll take you to the page. You'll see the staffing rates for teachers, non-classroom staff, administrators throughout the whole state. You could filter down to a specific district, to a specific school. But the idea here is that you're looking at essentially one entity at a time. For a parent, right, more often than not, they don't really care about the state average. They care about their kid's school. So right there at the top is this little search box that as you start to type in the name of a school, it will filter down all the schools. So if you know any part of the name of your kid's school, you can go directly to the data for that school. Below that is where we have the retention rates. So staffing rates, how many people are currently working in the schools? Retention rates, what has happened with our teacher retention and attrition from one year to the next. So again, just like with the staffing rates, I could go right in and look at the state and filter down, or I could search for a specific school and go right to the school I care about. If I want to do any comparisons, this is where I'd go under the comparison section, and I can start to compare any of this staffing data across districts or across schools. So that's the educator workforce. Over in the class size data, it's set up the same way. Right? I could search for a specific school, I could search for a specific teacher, or I could go directly in to kind of see the whole state average and filter down from there. Below that is where I could choose if I want to compare across districts or across schools. The third component, the research and data, this is where I could go download any of the files myself to do anything I want with that information as well. Get all the business rules of where is this data coming from, how is it being pulled, what does it mean. All that is totally transparent and available. So let's dig in. Let's start with the staffing rates. If I click all staffing rates, what happens is it takes me into the site, and this is where I see the staffing rates for the entire state. We have it initially, you're going to look at it staffing, where it's the number of staff per 1,000 students. We're using this ratio so that as you go from like the state level to a district level to a school, like the bars aren't going totally wild and crazy. We're using this ratio. If you wanted to, you could switch it over to the absolute count. You have both views available. But the big thing here is that we have 5 components on the page that we use over and over and over again. So if you know how to interpret one page, you know how to interpret any page in the site. And this is what those 5 components look like. You'll see 4 right here. But if I scroll down a little bit is where I'll see the 5th component. And that's where we have a table with all of the individual data. So I'll walk through each of these components for you. The first one is an explainer. This tells me, what is this information on this page? What does it mean? How do I interpret it? So here, when we're looking at staffing rates, we're going to explain what are the licensed educator job assignments. And so essentially for any licensed staff in one of our school districts throughout the state, they fall into one of 4 categories. These categories are mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive. So that means you fall into one and only one category, and everyone falls into one category, so everyone is counted. Those 4 categories, the first one is teacher. So this is a person whose job assignment is they're a teacher. The next is non-classroom staff. So these are licensed staff who are not a teacher, but they're not an administrator. So this might be a counselor or a literacy specialist, jobs like that. The next is administrator. So these are going to be things like assistant principal, principal. It could even be central office like director, superintendent. So any licensed job for administrator. And then the last is those few people who have multiple classifications. So maybe I spend part of my day as a classroom teacher and part of my day as a literacy specialist. So those people have multiple classifications. It's very rare, as you can see in the chart below, but it happens. So this way, everyone is counted only once, and they fall into one of those categories. So that's the explainer you'll see on every page. The next is the highlights. This is where we're just trying to give some simple highlights to help you understand, how do I interpret the data on this page? Why is it important? So for this, for the workforce, we see there are 22,316 classroom teachers in Nevada, and there were 54.9 teachers for every 1,000 students. And so we can very easily help people understand how to interpret what it is that they're looking at. The next component is the filter. So like I said, when you initially come into the page, you're going to see the whole state's average, but I could filter this down. Like I said, I can move it to an absolute count instead of a ratio. I could choose which year I want to look at. I could choose which district or which school I want to look at. So you could filter this down to whatever specifically you want to look at. The fourth component is then that summary data. So here, when we're looking at workforce, we're staffing rates, we're looking at the staffing rates of all the licensed staff for teachers, non-classroom staff, administrators, and those who hold multiple job classifications. And the fifth component is when we scroll down a little bit, this is where we see the table with all of the data. When you initially come to the page, it won't show data until you go to a specific school or district, because to show the whole state at once just makes the page load too slow. If you want the whole file, you go to the research page and you could download it. But once you go to a school or a district, you will see the job assignment of every licensed staff at that location. And this, again, this is data that is already publicly available. This is currently already publicly reported on OPAL, which is the state's teacher licensure system. So this is not a new, oh my goodness, we're revealing jobs. This is all already publicly available. We're just making it much easier for people to access and see at a big high level, right, what is happening with our educator workforce. So those are the big 5 components. I'll go through the other pages in the site, but now that you understand how the page is laid out, you'll understand how to interpret every single page in the site, because they all just have those 5 repeating components. Right at the top is the explanation of the page. Over to the right is the highlights. Below that is the filters. In the center is the summary data. And down at the bottom is the table of data that you could sort, search, download, do whatever you want with it. From this educator workforce page, I have these buttons where I can then jump to the other pages within the educator workforce section. So if I want to jump to retention rates, I click retention rates and I'm jumping to retention rates. You'll see we have those same components. Even though I'm looking at totally different data and the explanation is different, where I find the explanation, where I find the data, how I filter it is all laid out the same. And so now if I look at the explanation on the retention rate data, I'm going to zoom in here so you can see it. So when we look at retention rate, what we're looking at is the retention status of every licensed staff from October 1 of the prior year to October 1 of the next year. So for this current school year, we're looking at all licensed staff who were employed October 1, 2023, the 23-24 school year, and were still employed or not still employed in October 1, 2024 of this current school year. For every licensed staff, they have one of 5 possible retention statuses. The first one is that they are a stayer. This is a person who has the same job classification at the same school year over year. So if I'm a teacher at Givens Elementary last October and I'm still teaching at Givens Elementary the next school year, I'm a stayer. I stayed in my job at the same school location. The next is a school mover. This is someone who keeps the same job classification, but they change schools within the same district. So if I am a teacher at Givens Elementary this year and next year I am teaching at Orr Middle School, I'm still teaching, but I've moved schools within the district. The next designation is district mover. So I keep the same job classification. So I'm a teacher at Givens Elementary this year, and next year I move out to Nye County and I'm teaching there. So I'm a district mover. The next is a switcher. I've switched job classifications. I was a teacher and now I'm an AP. So I switched my job classification. The last is a leaver. This is someone who was working in the district and they moved and are no longer working, or they didn't necessarily have to move. They just are no longer working in education. So where do these metrics come from? This is metrics that come from the U.S. Department of Education. So they periodically put out a report called Teacher Attrition and Mobility, and they classify retention into one of 3 categories. People are either stayers, movers, or leavers. And so the one difference is because we have more granular data, we kind of break it out a little bit more. So they have movers, and we break that out to school mover and district mover because people care to know the difference. Did I move around within my district or did I leave my district? So we break out mover into school mover, district mover. For leavers, we break it out to leaver and switcher. So we know when the US Ed reports it, if you go from teacher to administrator, you left teaching, even though you still work in the organization. We are breaking it out just to provide that extra context, right? That where it's not necessarily that they've left education, they've just switched job classifications. So this is where those metrics come from. It is national. If you wanted to compare to national, you just would group those two together to compare movers and leavers, and stayers is the same definition. Same job classification, same school. So that's the explanation of our retention rate data. Over on the right, just like the other pages where we have the highlights about the retention data. Down below that is where we have the filters. So if you want to filter to a different school year, a specific district, a specific school, and then we have the summary data that's in the chart. So the way it's set up there, you can kind of see the legend at the top for the color coding, but basically to the right is the stayers, and then to the left is the breakdown of all the other categories. If you click on any of the bars or hover over them, you can get all the details as well. Then down below is where component 5 is, and this is where we have the person level data. So for every licensed employee who is employed October 1, 2023, what was happening to them October 1, 2024? So I can see here, these are some teachers at Abston Elementary. The first teacher, she moved schools. The next 4 teachers continued to teach at that school. So now you can see the retention status of all the individual people who made up that aggregated data. Just like in the Educator, or just like the other pages, I could jump to these the other parts. So now if I want to jump to district comparison, so what we've seen is looking essentially at one entity at a time. What if I want to compare across entities? I click district comparison. I see those same components again, right? And so I have the explainer, the highlights, the data. The big difference on this page is when we're looking at one entity, we're looking at the staffing rates of teachers, non-classroom staff, administrators, all at once for a single entity. When we want to compare across entities, we can only look at one metric at a time. So here we're comparing across districts the number of licensed teachers per 1,000 students. If I want to compare the number of administrators, I just switch to administrators per 1,000. So the big difference, entity, you can see all the metrics at once for that single entity. Comparing across entities, you have to just pick one metric to compare. Okay? But otherwise, it's all organized. It all means the same thing. If I want to look at retention rates, I just click retention, and now I'm looking at the retention rates of teachers across district. If I want to look at administrators, I can just switch the filter to administrators, and now I'm looking at the retention rate of administrators. I go down to the bottom, and now I'm looking at a table that is the aggregate data of those entities, right? So I'm looking at district comparison now, so the table has the district data. When I'm looking at a single entity, I see the individual people. When I'm comparing entities, I see the entity level data. So that's what's in the table when comparing districts. If I go over to compare schools, it's the same thing. So I click school comparison, and now I'm comparing across schools. One of the cool things that you can do here, if you really like to explore data, right? I could be looking at all the schools in the state. I could be looking at the schools within a district, or as what I'm doing here, I can compare a specific group of schools. So here I'm comparing the staffing rates of 5-star elementary schools. I could compare the staffing rates of Title I schools. I can compare the staffing rates of rural schools. Whatever I want to do, I can kind of filter to that. So you have the robustness to do a lot of different analysis, but at the same time, you can just ignore all that and just keep it simple, which would be what a majority of people do. If you don't know what the school categories are, you just click that button. It shows you what all of your options are and explains what they mean specifically. So that is the educator workforce portion of the website. So all those highlights I showed you before in this presentation about there being more teachers and retention rates, everyone now will have access to all that information to look at whatever they want to do at whatever level they want to look at. If I want to go over to class sizes, it's arranged the same way, whereas I can kind of type in here to go to a specific school or a specific teacher's class, or I can click to go into look at the state as a whole. So if I click elementary class sizes, it takes me into the site where now I'm looking at the average elementary class sizes. This is the average class size experience of students. You'll see, even though now we're looking at class size information, we have those same components. So you know where to look for an explanation, where to look to filter, where to look for the summary, and then down below where you'll see all of the individual information. So in this table below is where we see every individual course section that is being used to aggregate this class size experience. Can you just move ahead a slide? No? There you go. So now, just like we see in a lot of the AB 304 reports, you'll have the report of the class size for each individual section. So this is where a parent can see their own kid's class and that information. So let me jump up to that introductory part of the page that explains what we're doing here with class size experience. So this analysis is limited to classes that utilize traditional face-to-face instruction. So we're not including giant online courses or the blended learning courses where it would just really throw things off that we don't have a way to handle right now. So this is traditional face-to-face classes. And what we're doing is we are doing what we call the average class size experience. And what that means is we're doing the averaging at the student level instead of the class level. So what does that mean? Let me just share a very simple example. So imagine there's two classes, one with a class of 30 kids and one with a class of 6 kids. In a traditional average class size, the averaging happens at the class level. So a class of 30, class of 6, that's 36. Divide by 2, you get an average class size of 18. Right? We're averaging the two class sizes. If instead we average the student's experience, now there's 30 with a class size of experience of 30, and there's 6 with a class size experience of 6. So that's 30 plus 30 plus 30 plus 30 plus 30, right? 30 times, plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6, divided by the 36 kids. And now the average class size experience is 26. So what you can see is that by doing it, averaging it the kids' experience, we have a number that much more represents what's actually happening than an average class size of 18. So the average class size experience is 26 versus the average class, which is 18. This is to address those frustrations that educators brought forth to the legislative committee to say these ratios do not represent what people are experiencing. So this is a way to provide a number that much more accurately represents what students and teachers are experiencing in the classroom. This is a method that we used at a prior legislative session. So we've done this work with the State Department before. It is not something that blows people's mind. Right? It might sound like, oh, wait, do I really get it? Like, you don't need to completely, you can get it, but like, you can also just understand, like, yes, I see how 26 more accurately represents than 18. And people accept it and they move on. There aren't going to be riots in the street because this isn't the methodology they once knew. Right? All of the classroom level data is there so people can see what's happening, what's included, what's not included, and they get a much more accurate representation of what's happening. So that's what average class size experience is. But, you know, kind of great analogy I've heard before, right? Like when you want to know the time and you ask them the time, right? They could tell you how the watch works, but you really just need to know the time. And so people can get here and learn how these calculations work, but they really just want to know these average class size experience. When we're looking at the elementary level, overwhelmingly across the state, elementary classes are like a self-contained class. A single teacher is teaching math, reading, social studies, so we don't break it out by individual subjects. We break it out by grade level. So you get the average class size experience by grade level that is similar to what is reported on Nevada Report Card. If I switch over to secondary, this is where class sizes are different across subjects. So now we're reporting average class size experience by subject area. And we're doing the 4 core subject areas. Again, that's in line with what's reported on Nevada report card. So we get the average class size experience for English, math, science, and history. Down below is the table where you could then filter to a specific course or a specific teacher. You could search for a specific thing, you could sort it, and you can see everything that's included or not included and see what it is that we're talking about. To do district comparison, I click that, and now I'm just comparing the class sizes across districts. Now, this class size data, we're still working with districts and charters to validate and clean up. So what you're seeing here is a representation. That's why it says District A, District B, District C. This data will be completed in the coming weeks. So, but what we're demonstrating here is how this functions and works and how you'll have access to individual classes all the way up to statewide averages.
Please go ahead, Member Carlton.
Thank you. At the risk of throwing a wrench in the works here, trying to wrap my brain around your previous formula where I did 30 plus 30 plus 30 and got to 26. I don't think it is okay. I'm just going to ask it a different way. So if I would use this dashboard, is there a way for me to find out how many classes have 26 and above? How many classes have 12 to 25? How many classes have 6 to 12? Rather than looking at averages, could I find out that there's 1,000 classes that have 26 and above and 30 classes that have 0 to 6? Is there a way to find that?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you look
Point me in the right direction.
If you look at the screen right now,
Yeah.
that table that's right below that shows every individual section that's used for that analysis. So here I could see if I read across that top row, it's the school year 24-25, Churchill's the school district. I'm looking at the middle school. I could see the course name, the period name, the section number, the teacher name, and then the student count is 20. Any of these columns can be sorted. So I could sort student count, and I will see the largest class all the way down to the smallest class. If I want to...
I have to get somebody to help me out here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. There was a glare there. Okay. All right. Thank you. Hey, no, I've always had a problem with averages because they really don't reflect what's going on in the classroom. Median is much better. I understand what you're trying to do because the general public looks at averages. The political world looks at averages. I really want to know how many classrooms are really big and how many classrooms are small and how do we adjust that? So thank you very much.
Perfect. That's exactly what we're trying to do. Is there's people who just tell me the high level number. Just tell me the number, and you got to give them something. So that's where we have what is the most accurate representation of a high level number we can do, which is the average class size experience. But for people who really want to dig in, they have exactly that point of view, which is, I don't trust the average. I want to know, are there classes with over 40 kids right now? Or do we have teachers who we're expecting to deal with 40, 45 kids in a class? Sort that last column and you will know exactly where that's happening. So that is what we're trying to do with this, is address those concerns of, we don't want to mass things. We want to get people engaged with this information, right? And it's going to be across all kinds of different ways, right? One that we've already talked about today is how do we celebrate how effective this investment in education has been to repairing our teacher workforce? That's one thing. Next, how do we dig in and think about what do we want to fix next? Right? And where are those specific examples? So this is really meant to be a tool that functions on all of those purposes. High level, very specific, and everything in between.
So Nathan, we have other board members with questions. So my question to you is, do you want to go through the last 15 slides expeditiously to get to the questions, or
Yeah, I could do that really quick.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that.
It's not much left. And
Okay.
then
And Angie, real quick for the record, can you note at 10:40 member Walker joined us, please? Thank you.
okay. So that's the class size, right? We see it all down below. I can filter any of these things when I'm comparing across districts or schools. Again, I just have to pick which metric I want to look at because I have to pick one at a time. So it might be fifth grade class size, it might be secondary math, whatever it is, one metric across entities. That's the class size data. Next is the research component. So this is where if I want to access any of the files, I click data files. It takes me to a page where I can see any of the data from this site. So I can see this data file will give me a school directory. These are all the schools in Nevada, and we put in it different school IDs. So you have the NCES ID. So if you want to connect any of this data to federal government data, you can. We have the state ID. So if you want to connect any of this data to Nevada Report Card, you can. Right? You have all that flexibility. From this dropdown, I pick whatever file I want. I could download it. I have the business rules. So this is really meant super simple for any parent, super robust for really sophisticated analysis. So that's the website. Kind of the next steps, the tentative go live is to try and get this live by the end of the month. So what needs to happen between now and then is we're continuing to work with districts and charters on truing up and getting their class size data accurate, which means kind of putting codes in correctly so that we're pulling the right math classes, things like that. We'll then support district and charter leadership with what this means and building awareness with other critical partners, and then hopefully go live. So to summarize, really big level, right? We've seen Nevada struggling with their teacher workforce for years and years and years. The department did a study that showed here's the path, here's what it would take, brought together coalitions that resulted in the largest increase in education funding in the country, and has now led to a complete turnaround in our teacher workforce, where teacher attrition rates have improved by 30%, retention rates have improved across all levels. The number of classroom teachers is up by over 1,200 across the state, and there's now a licensed staff member for every 15.7 students. And that culminated in the creation of this website, so you don't have to just trust those highlights. You can get granular data and engage with this any way you want. Done.
Thank you, Nathan, so much for all the information. It was very, very helpful. And I love that you mentioned the dashboard is FERPA compliant and also aligns with the federal reporting metrics in terms of M size and all that. So thank you for sharing that. I know Member Hudson has a question. I know others do as well.
Member Hudson, for the record. So two questions, because I didn't hear that for hear them. So is this something that the state, I don't know, that you're hoping that will be eventually used when it comes to like getting the ratios? I forgot the second part of the ratio, the classroom reduction. Like, would you guys, is it like something hopeful that we would want the legislation to eventually use instead of that 18? Because I'm like, oh, realistically, me being an autism teacher, my 8 kids do sometimes feel like 30 kids at a time. So like, is that something realistically, like you guys would rather for them to use the experience instead of that, the first number is, I guess I'll let you answer that one before I go to my next one.
So
that makes sense. But
I think it does. So I don't have a recommendation for what the legislator should do, but we did try to make a tool, and not only this individual tool, but the infrastructure, right, which is kind of how we've coded courses across the entire state so that we can get to a point of an apples to apples comparison across districts and schools, which did not exist before. So really, it's about like, how do we create a robust framework that then that discussion can happen to say, what's the best way to get to what we're trying to get to? So every situation is kind of different. So I'm not going to say right now what I recommend for a specific situation, but rather we try to build a system that's robust enough that has the flexibility to be more purposeful in how we work with and talk about data.
Okay, my next question. Only because looking at the STIP, so I don't know if this is too the Department or you, but is this something that either the state could use when it comes to retaining teachers, or when it comes to oh, we see that this number of school, or I'm just going to throw my school under, but my school doesn't have this issue. But if May Elementary School dropped in numbers of retaining teachers, would that be something that the state or a district could go in and then provide them supports to see what could happen? Would there be some type of support for those schools when they see that? Yeah, will we be having resources also? Because I see the potential, this would be a very good tool for not only schools but districts, along with the state, also to use to see how can we support those at-risk schools or Title I schools when they have that high rate, that turnover rate. So would this also be included?
I'm looking at Superintendent Ebert.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, that is exactly why this tool was built, right? There's a lot of conversations on individual experiences and what individuals bring to the table, but we are focusing on the data. And so now that this data has been made available, it is available for individual principal. I mean, right, we start at the level of where any issue is happening. So starting at the school level, having conversations, superintendents having conversations with their principals, having the teachers have the conversation. Why did this happen? Is it just coincidental that, half the staff at that moment in time was able to retire? Nothing more than not making more or less, or especially in Clark County School District, another school opened, right? So it looks, but then the teachers would be grouped in a leaver group because they needed to go because the school shrunk in size. So it's having the data, but then it'll be incumbent upon those that are the data, if you will, to look at it and examine and determine root cause. And then, yes, at the Department of Education level, we would provide supports to district leaders in those instances, if supports are needed.
Well, thank you. I'm just one last comment. I do appreciate this website wherever we go with it, because it does allow us to have some type of transparency and then give the community an understanding of, well, this is what we were doing, the class size ratio, but the experiences are X, Y, and Z. So I do appreciate the work that was done behind creating this platform as well.
Thank you, Member Hudson. We have Member Ford and then Member Orr.
Thank you. I have 3 questions. The first one is, does this website optimize for mobile easily, or is it like a desktop version you have to zoom into on your phone?
It works on mobile.
Oh, so it moves all around and it's really easy
Yeah,
to
so
navigate.
if the screen was shrink, right, like the filter component would move down and fit on a phone really nicely.
I know some certain large organizations will not do that, and it's so hard to find stuff on the phone. Okay, that's great. That's 80% of users are on mobile. And then I just think this is great, 100. But some other questions I had as far as to what extent can we use this? The first one is, does it produce data, for example, for if somebody was a stayer or a school mover for multiple years, could you see schools that have a long time staff, or could you see if an individual hops around a lot to different schools every year?
So the way it's currently set up, right, is we're prioritizing ease of access and use. So from the main dashboards, you wouldn't be able to answer that question because you start to get down these kind of rabbit holes of I really want to investigate this thing. But that's where you can download any of these files and you could look at and answer all those questions. So you would be able to see what happened to a person over multiple years, or you could aggregate, you could open up multiple windows and just pick different years and look at a school side by side. So
somebody who has
somebody who has the interest to do that, this has the flexibility to answer those questions.
That's great. The last one is very similar, but can it provide the info for instance, how many of the teachers have 1 to 2 years experience or 10 years experience? Because even though I think we're doing great with our attrition, does a school have or a district consist of 50% plus of experienced educators, or are 90% at a school less than 3 years? Does it have that kind of info?
So right now, it does not. So we don't have the number of years of experience for individual teachers, but essentially, as this expands over time, it'll be there. So right now, the staffing I think is this year and last year, and it'll go forward.
Okay, I'll just, and this isn't a comment for you, but for like everybody, I think we're doing great. We need to, be able to celebrate the wins that we're having, and I do think that the investment in education contributed to this, of course. But I personally think a lot of our educators are new, and that we have lost a lot of our really experienced educators. So I would love to see some way to get some data around and see at a school level, district level, what schools have actual experienced educators and which have not that many. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Orr and then Member Hughes.
Hi, this is Member Orr. I wanted to thank you for putting together this very easy to read and understand data portal. We at my own school, we use some of your products, and so thank you, Data Insight Partners. I think you do a great job with making data accessible to people in the community. So I really appreciate that, and I really applaud the NDE for trying to really highlight data and make use of it. I do want to call attention to two things. So I do want to go back to the public comment brought to the table by Washoe County School District. So I just want to ask a few questions about that because I think it's important. And then I also just always want to talk about unintended consequences and maybe ask if there were some people from the public brought in to ask questions about some of that. So first, just a few questions about privacy and data. Like, are there any concerns or thought about unintended consequences? Would it make any sense to just use educator numbers instead of specific names in the portal? Like, would that change anything? Would it be possible to just use second grade teacher and a number, or 10th grade math teacher and not be using educator names?
So for the record, this is Nathan Trenholm. That is something that could possibly be done. The trade-off there, if we look at the frustrations that were voiced by Superintendent Klein, right? If we want this to be something that parents can use, then they need to know their child's name, their child's teacher's name. There's no number that they're going to look up to find their kid's class. So part of this and kind of his suggestions back at that 2020 meeting is that this type of information should be sortable by teacher and searchable by teacher, because if we want this to be something parents and the community are engaging with, for them, they'll look by their child's teacher. So that's the trade-off. And that's why, kind of, again, if we look at the frustrations we were trying to alleviate and what we're trying to accomplish with this, that's the purpose.
Is there any way to look at class sizes that might be larger and see if class sizes are impacted by things like teachers' assistants or classes that might have additional teachers like special education co-teachers in them?
So right now we have two kind of portions to the site, right? There's the educator workforce, and then there is the class size. So in the educator workforce is where you could see all the people who are working in the school and the ratios of staff to students. For the class size, the limitations of what we have at this time with our data systems, we don't have a reliable way to say, is there an aide in this class? And if so, is it an aide who's working with like 2 students and comes once a week? Or is it, this is co-taught and there's 2 teachers in this class dealing with half? So right now, the ability to add that sophistication is something that essentially the state's Infinite Campus Governing Board would have to tackle to figure out how would we record that accurately across the state and Infinite Campus to denote those things. Right now, that's not something that's available.
Okay, thank you. Um, do you have any concerns that by labeling teachers as like stayers or movers, that it actually erodes trust when we're trying to build up the idea of educators as professionals, like that it might actually have an adverse impact on trying to build up teachers wanting to stay in the profession? That, for instance, the unintended consequence would be that parents would call schools and say, like, I've looked this up and I want my child to be in this fourth grade classroom because I can see that that teacher's a stayer and I don't want them in a movers classroom, something like that. Instead of, understanding the background behind why that teacher might be a mover, and it would have an unintended consequence that would be negative rather than the positive reasons why we're putting this into place.
So I think that can be a valid concern, but I don't think that that's a concern that this website creates. Right? I think that parents right now already want to choose their kid's teacher, and they already ask other parents, "Did your kid have that teacher? Is that teacher new in this school?" Right? The parents who are doing that will do that whether this site exists or not. Does this site make it easier for parents to engage with what's going on in their school? I hope so. But does it create parents who want to pick their kid's teacher and talk to other parents about which is the good teacher and which is the bad teacher and why they don't like this teacher because that teacher looked at them funny at pick up and drop off, right? I think that the parents who do that will do that whether this site exists or not.
Okay. And so just as, just one more, I mean, there are so many of these, obviously, so many of these types of issues, but, one more thing might be that a parent could easily see that their child's second period algebra class has 32 children in it and their child got a C on their exam and they're worried about them, but there's another second period algebra class that only has 22 kids in it and demand a shift, and that's a scheduling nightmare. Like, I guess I'm just wondering what type of feedback you received from people in schools about that type of scheduling, and if you kind of heard from people in schools about that type of live data and if they had concerns about that or if these are not concerns. So again, I'm a big fan of transparency and data, but you can also see that there might be unintended consequences of people on the outside not understanding the complexities of scheduling and such and believing that there are easy solutions. So I'm just wondering what kind of feedback you received from people in the school setting.
So the feedback that you just relayed would be the same. But again, like we demonstrated earlier, this is already reported, right? So Washoe is already reporting every section and class size. So if you wanted to see that, you already can, right? And for most of the other districts, they're also including the teacher's name. But for the example where a parent wants their kid in the class of 20 kids instead of 30 kids, the teacher's name would be irrelevant, right? Because I can already see in the Washoe report that there is a class with 20 kids, and there's a class with 30 kids. So I just share that to say those actions from parents exist whether this website exists or not.
Thank you, Nathan, for sharing that. And thank you, Member Orr, for the questions. I also, since this isn't exactly live yet, so all these unintended consequences, the what if scenarios, should they come up and be problems and they're reported to our board, we will certainly reach out and share those with you, because I know some of these questions are hard to answer because this actually hasn't gone live yet. So I know we have member Hughes and member Braxton and then member Else, and then we will take a quick bio break before moving on to the next presentation.
Okay, thanks. Member Hughes for the record. And similarly, I love a good data dashboard and appreciate modernizing some of our data infrastructure, which is hugely important. The two things I just wanted to comment on, I'm going to try to limit myself here. I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to limit myself to two. One is, I guess, one thought / concern I have. So ultimately, our goal and our charge is to improve student outcomes and experiences. And like you need the data to be able to make decisions, but teachers, they are a very large input, one of the most important inputs in that equation, but it is not, I'm worried that we're going to give people a false sense that filling all of our vacancies equals better student outcomes. And when you look at the student outcomes juxtaposed against the gains we saw in attrition and retention and all those numbers, right? They are disproportionate. And so I think we have, so I think it would be wise of us to make smart actions. It's like, we're not just trying to get these numbers up, but we should actually, I know if you're like a savvy data person, researcher, you could triangulate with the Nevada, portal for the academic achievement data, but I think we should be doing that for people because we should actually see, does this make a difference for kids? So it's great if you have a person in front of you, are they good? Are they effective? Right? And we should be looking at those numbers because that's where you take strategic action. So I understand that it's a starting place, but would just love to see us integrate those better because that's why we're doing this and that's why we have this data. It's not important by itself, right? It's only important as much as it impacts the student experience, and we need to be able to more closely link those two. And then the second comment I would just make is I do worry that we are on the class size piece promoting a false narrative and perpetuating a false narrative that class size is like a magic silver bullet solution. And I understand that for politicians, it's very easy to understand. Like smaller class sizes are good, right? Like that's like a very easy soundbite. I understand from a parent perspective, they want their kid to feel cared for. And so it's very logical that if you have fewer people under your purview, that you can spend more individualized attention. But the real issue is teacher workload. And this is one of many factors around teacher workload. So when you talk to parents and say, would you prefer a class size of 40 with the most skilled teacher in the district or a class size of 5 with a long-term sub, like they're going to choose 40. And so it's just more nuanced, I think. And, it's like, when I was in the classroom, taught middle school science, had a lot of kids. Like, sure, like I would gladly take more kids if I had less grading to do, if I had less compliance reporting to do, right? And so I think it overly simplifies a much more complex issue that educators face. It's really about their overall workload and is it sustainable to be effective in that role. And again, we have to be cautious because if this is the one data point we're putting out to the public, this is what people will latch on to and think this is the solution. And if this were the solution, we would not have the challenges in education because like people have been working at class size for forever and the results still are not what they need to be. And so just want to caution us of like putting too much emphasis on class size as a sole variable because it's one of, hundreds of factors that we should be looking at. And I don't want to limit our imagination by figuring out what solutions we could be doing because we're highlighting this one thing over others. So again, I get why people like it. I get why it's like the cool thing to talk about, simple thing to talk about. But when you talk to educators, it's much more nuanced than how many kids are sitting in front of them.
Thank you, Member Hughes. Before we go on to Member Braxton, would you mind pulling down your presentation so the camera can follow the speaker for those who are watching online? Appreciate it. Thank you. Member Braxton, go ahead with your question or comment when you're ready.
Sure. Well, I have one comment and one question. And the comment is kudos. Well, kudos to you, right, for putting together a tool that is a good starting point to address the questions that parents may have, legislators may have. There are lots of questions on many things. And when organizing a bunch of data, sometimes it's very difficult to figure out where to start and where to end. And so I was able to follow the quantitative aspect that you've presented, right? The data, but follow it in a way that would lead me to ask more questions. And perhaps that is the intent. And this is a wonderful tool to marry the two, the quantitative data and then the qualitative data that might come later with the questions about how teachers are experiencing teaching and how students are experiencing learning in the classroom. So great job. My question is related to on one of the slides. You mentioned that this excludes online and blended learning classes, right? And so, if we're looking at the whole student population, we want to make sure that we can include those two groups and the teachers as well. And so, with this tool, it seems as though the online learner or the blended learning classes are minoritized, if you will, and they too have a story, right? So I just want to recognize that. And so the question is, are you saying that it is not possible to reflect that experience quantitatively? And if so, will you put an explanation as to why that is?
Thank you for the comment and the question. For the record, my name is Nathan Sherm. I will answer your question with what you said first, which is we have to start somewhere, right? And so the thing is, how do we get something where we show what's possible, right? And that means we're gonna do this, bring this down to like the simplest, most straightforward thing that we can, right? Because like you mentioned, I mean, we got all kinds of different schools doing all kinds of different teaching methods with all kinds of delivery instructional modes that are different. So we start with the core courses that are traditionally face-to-face in our traditional schools. So we didn't include prison schools. We didn't include some of the special schools. We didn't include online learning. And the reason is not because those should never be done or they can't be done, but it rather like essentially let's put a stake in the ground and show people what's possible, right? And then you can build off of it. And so to be able to build off of it means there's gonna be much more deeper discussions around not just what these things mean, but like how do we accurately code them? And so, right, there might be there's schools who are implementing online learning very differently, right? Some might have there's essentially 150 kids in the class, but they're kind of learning at their own pace, and they might check in with a teacher one day a week. And so, from the teacher perspective, I'm meeting kind of with 5 separate sections. But as far as the system is concerned, I'm teaching 150 kids. Another online school isn't doing that way. It really is like a teacher to 15 kids. And so when you start to bring in these very different ways that things are being handled, it becomes like, all right, well, should these be coded the same way? Should these be coded differently? So they're just, it's just the nature of the beast. So like, this is where we started, because this is what's going to be most common across the state and help us include as much as possible. And if we do it well, people should have more questions, right? Because if you're engaging with information, you should be asking yourself, why did this happen? What happened next? Did this have a role in it, right? And so if we're doing this well, all the questions we're hearing should be happening, right? If we're not doing it well, then you say, oh, thanks for that presentation, goodbye, right? Nobody has any questions. So it's just you're absolutely right. All those stories need to be told. But we also had to make a first version. And so it's not that those things can't be included or shouldn't be included. They're just going to take more discussions to get included.
Well, you've done your job well because we do have a lot of questions. So excellent work. We have a comment by member Else and then some closing remarks on this item by Superintendent Ebert.
All right, thank you very much. I will go very fast. Just thinking about how we would use it, like in local context. how school boards are going to communicate this type of information back, how school districts are going to communicate it back, and then if there's any factor that delineates or shows that, like, if a very rural school, and like how far apart they're, I guess, like distance between other schools, and then of course, um, if it accounts for multi-grade level classrooms, because I have several teachers teaching 3 grade levels in one classroom, and so what that would look like in pertaining to that.
So there's nothing that's going to tell you how far apart schools are in this. If you downloaded the school directory, there's probably the address in it. Like you could throw it into Google Maps if you wanted to do something. So you could do something like that. Regarding multi-grade level courses, because we're doing the averaging at the student level, it doesn't impact this. So let's, for example, say I'm teaching a special ed self-contained class with 6 kids, and one of them's a first grader, and 2 of them are second graders, and there's a third grader and 2 fifth graders or whatever. In the context of this, that would be considered one classroom, and the first grader has a class size experience of 6, and they're averaged in with the first graders. And the 2 second graders have a class size experience of 6, and they're averaged in with the second graders. And the third grader has a class size experience of 6, and he's averaged in with the third graders. So because we're doing the averaging at the student level, we can do things like that isn't available when averaging at the class level. Does that make sense?
Yes, just potentially if there could just be some type of denote that would, like, just make somebody aware if it's a rural school or multi-grade levels, because it really is a big difference. Even if you only have 10 kids, if you're teaching 3 grade levels, that's a much different responsibility load versus if you are teaching one classroom of even 20 kids of 1 grade level.
Yep.
So
So in that instance where we had the table down below and it has the teacher's name and the course name, in my example, in the course name, it'll say essentially first grade, second grade, third grade. It'll show that sections are combined. Mm-hmm.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And Superintendent Emert.
Thank
please.
you. First comment is transparency. Very thankful for, we accept public dollars and the public needs to know what is happening in our classrooms. And so the transparency behind all of this provides us the opportunity, for the last 6 years, I sit in front of the legislature and they want to know specific answers. And because we didn't have systems that were linked before, I either could not give them an answer, or I would spend, my team would spend hundreds of hours to try to find the answer so they could make a decision. So the transparency and the ease of use to be able to get information more quickly and accurate, timely is important. The second piece, I love the conversation around, basically what it's around is data literacy, right? What does the data tell us, and what questions do we need to ask even ourselves as we move forward? Why does one classroom have 33 and the other classroom has 22? There are reasons. Administrators, are very involved with their scheduling. The counselors are extremely involved. There is a reason. And here too, again, the public, I'm a parent, I would like to know why. And I have a right to ask those questions and to understand, once that communication happens between the family and the principal, or the family and the classroom teacher, we're building bonds, we're making connections, we're building the understanding beyond what we hear and we experience, and maybe even some of us use it sometimes. Well, when I was in school, right? That's the typical piece that comes out. When I was in school, well, none of us have been in the classrooms that are of today. And so we need to look at what's transpiring in the classroom of today and have that understanding and then support and lift up. And then just a massive amount of gratitude to Data Insight Partners, to our ADAM team at the Nevada Department of Education, to all of our directors who this project has been going on for 2 years. all of our educators, all of the individual school districts, we did not realize how misaligned across our state our coding was for specific classrooms. We made an assumption that they were all aligned because we go in there, every class has a code. But when we started doing this project and really digging in, the data people at the school districts found the differentiation of, well, no, we've been using this code for X and we've been using this code for Y. So across the entire state, this has been a lift to make sure that we are consistently capturing all of our students, our coursework, the number of teachers, the transparency. I am not going to sit here and say it's perfect. This is the launch of our first version to making sure that we can celebrate and give accurate information timely. The fact that we have 1,200 more teachers in classrooms. I love that we have substitutes that are willing to go into our classrooms. The fact that we have 1,200 more licensed educators that are serving our students. And I'm going to go ahead and say it. There is a correlation with the funding that was made available by our legislature, signed off by the governor, and then implemented by our school district superintendents and leaders. It is a great win. And I'm excited about it and very thankful to everyone that has participated, and thankful in advance for those of you that will help us enhance this in the future.
Thank you, Nathan, for being here with us today. We look forward to the rollout of this and hearing how successful everyone finds it to be. So thank you. All right, we will now move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 10. And if we could have our representatives from Clark County School District please come up. We are going to take a 3-minute bio break as you get established. So we will come back at 12:05. Thank you. Okay, we will call this meeting back to order at 12:09. The board will now receive a presentation from the Clark County School District's Interim Superintendent Brenda Larson Mitchell, Assistant Superintendent of Community Partnerships and Government Relations Brad Keating, and Chief Strategy Officer Kelly Cowell-Powell. The presentation will provide an update on the Reorganization Compliance Report dated September 25th, 2024. It will include a review of items identified as not in compliance and a detailed overview of the steps CCSD is taking to address these issues. So please proceed when ready.
Thank you. Kelly Cowell-Powell for the record. I think you have a deck of ours that is 2 significant slides deep. If you want to run it, that's great. Also attached as reference is the report to which we will be speaking. If you go ahead and advance to the next slide, the Reorganization Compliance Report is prepared in compliance with a requirement of a Clark County School District regulation, which requires us to create an annual compliance report of the implementation of NRS 3DG and aligned state and district regulations. That report includes, as you can see on this slide here, the actual compliance analysis itself. There's also a timeline of actions that are required, any notices of noncompliance or corrective action plans, a communication summary, school organizational team meeting materials collection, which is another requirement of the board regulation, the district regulation, I should say. And then finally, a summary of any retaliation, reprisal complaints, compliance dispute claims, and compliance recommendations that are received by the district. This report reflects fiscal year or school year 2024, so between July 1, 2023 and the end of June 2024. So on the next slide, I have just summarized for you the 2 areas that we found for that school year that we were not in compliance. The first is the regulation of the state board, which is still not codified in NAC. A few years ago, the board adopted R063-22, partly which requires that the district provide a report twice a year with information related to vacancies for which a substitute teacher was selected. We have not submitted those reports, have not been able to compile the data appropriately, and so have not been in compliance with that requirement of the regulation. The second area of noncompliance is with an area required by our own district regulation relating to collecting information from principals and bargaining groups related to the election of SOT members and providing and collecting reports of training for principals and SOT members, kind of in alignment with the requirement in the NAC about training for the reorg. In that case, information from the bargaining groups was requested. The training materials were provided, but our first attempt at collecting reported participation was insufficient, so we've revised all those processes for this year. So when we talk about what we're doing to make corrections to these areas of noncompliance, the first one has been by far the most difficult. And with some recent leadership in the human resources team on our side in the district, we've taken a fresh look at that requirement and the systems that we need to adjust, systems, both computer and human systems that we need to adjust to make sure that we're collecting the data that's necessary. And just as early as this week, I received information from a subcommittee kind of working on this report and the process that precedes the report. And I have high hopes that those errors are fixed, and we should be able to begin collecting the data necessary for that report here this month. The second area of non-compliance has also been corrected. I've been able to add a very valuable member to my team whose one of primary responsibilities is to manage the collection and monitoring the collection of information regarding SOTs. And so he works in consultation with school supervisor regions to make sure that the information is coming in. And so we should be in compliance with that requirement this year as well. That's the beginning and the end of it. It's the beginning and the end of the slide deck as well. So I presume there are some questions on the board we'd be happy to respond to. And thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll move into questions. Okay, Member Hughes.
Thank you all. I know you have busy schedules. So one, I guess, larger question I have, would just love your perspective on. It's sort of it's related to the reorg, but different than this exact report. I'm curious, one thing we haven't had a chance to talk a lot about as a board, or I have not heard in the legislature, is sort of a big picture evaluation, like, is the reorg working? Like, so there's like a difference between, did we comply with the steps and did it actually change the experience for kids and families? And I don't know if you all know, or maybe Superintendent Ebert, you know, but like, what is the evaluative process or tool we're using to know? Because it's a lot of energy, time, effort, and I want to make sure we're asking the question, like, is it working?
Members of the board, Kelly Cowell, Paul for the record. What is the evaluative stance for the answer to that question? I don't know. There is a separate report that was temporarily mistakenly attached to this agenda. Actually, we submit another report to the governor, to the state superintendent annually, part of which includes some description of our experience of the implementation of the reorganization and recommendations for legislation in the future. A common theme in those reports that we've repeated time and time again is the discussion around the purported equity stance that the reorganization partially was intended to take. And unfortunately, I think it's made it worse in some cases. Primarily, this centers around conversations relating to principals' authority to manage their budgets and hire their staff, which is great. Principals do exactly what anybody should do in their position. They staff up their schools to the best of their ability, and they manage the human capital for their individual schools. However, the district has a responsibility to provide all students in Clark County with an equal educational opportunity. In fact, that's written into the PCFP law, right? But we do not have the ability to ensure that educators are distributed equitably across schools. So while the conversation when the reorg was being developed was about dollars following the students, and I remember literally putting a slide with a kid with a backpack with dollars in it, saying, yes, the dollars follow the student, the dollars follow the student, but you can't put dollars in a kid's pocket and magically make them read. And so the stance that I've been taking over the last few years is that the unit of equity is really not, it's really not the dollar. The dollar is not the unit of equity. The unit of equity is the teacher. We all know that the teacher is the number one impact to students' education. And without the ability to equitably distribute teachers, we lose the ability to equitably distribute the opportunity for learning for our kids. So that's been an ongoing challenge for us since the implementation of the reorg. There are other issues that are kind of less impactful, but maybe more irritating from an operational standpoint. Specifically with the work we've been doing, changing the way we implement the PCFP and some of the overlap between NRS 3887 and the requirements of 388G are creating, now that we're taking a really close look at it, are creating some operational kind of ridiculousness, I guess, for lack of a better word, that I don't think anybody intended, that we certainly will be including in our next version of that other October 1 report. Other than that, I think some of the really bright spots in the reorganization, number one, the SOTs. That was a challenge at first, but I really think has normalized a kind of broad participation in not only decision making, because that sounds authoritative, but just understanding what's going on at a school and normalizing considering multiple perspectives when we're making decisions about kids. So I think that's a good thing. There are certainly some challenges with the recent changes with SOTs in that there's some conflict between being responsible for the outcomes of schools and yet not fully having the authority to decide who leads those schools and not fully having the authority to determine the investment of resources for schools. So there are some challenges there where Sometimes we feel like our hands are tied. Granted, sometimes there are other ways we can work to around those things, but they're just more challenging than they need to be, and certainly more challenging than they are in other districts.
For the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. Member Hughes, if I could add on to that, please. As Ms. Kowal-Paul mentioned, our principals are doing what they need to do to make sure that they're meeting the needs of their schools. So if it's hiring additional learning strategists or an extra third grade teacher, they are really focused in on what needs to happen in their classrooms. But just roughly, we have approximately 700 classroom vacancies right now, which is about 4%. And last one, I touched base with our Chief of Human Resources. About 570 of those vacancies are in our Title I schools. So sometimes when our schools in suburbia offer, additional classroom vacancies to maybe reduce class size in third grade or fourth grade, they tend to get those teachers more than we do in the urban core. I'll also reiterate to what Ms. Kowal-Paul mentioned about, superintendents are held accountable for student outcomes. Based on the reorg law, the SOT does have the ability with a 75% vote or more to overturn the superintendent's decision on the principal hire. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Member Ford.
Thank you. I was super confused today about this because we were sent in our reference material the one for the governor, and then I, highlighted the whole thing and wrote a bunch of questions about it. And then I saw the presentation today, so now that makes a little bit of sense. But I guess my question first is just, is this the first original document something we can talk about, or should we be addressing? Because there are some things that are being requested by CCSD that I guess would come to this board or be of pertinence to this board, some changes. So can we talk about this?
This is Deputy Superintendent Gardner. Are you asking about the portion they did not include in their presentation today that was originally sent?
Yeah, I have it in my notes, but I don't know if it's still attached to the agenda or not in the support materials or not.
Brad Keating for the record. We'd be happy to continue the conversation. We did not submit that report in any way, shape, or form. So that was submitted by NDE without our knowledge, and we found that report yesterday. Reached out to NDE and let them know that was not the report we had submitted.
And that's the one that's prepared for, because it says Superintendent of Public Instruction. So it was prepared for the governor and Superintendent Eber. It just wasn't intended to be the reference materials for this item. Is that correct?
Kelly Cole-Paul for the record, that's correct.
Okay. I'll just, this is probably a good thing for us to start thinking about. A lot of the things that are in here, obviously we'll be, dealing with this with the legislature, are a lot of the requests from CCSD about, some control over educator placements and the carryover funds and things like that. I think a lot of them have to do with the HCM system. Is there, and if I think we're now at 20 million or so investment into that HCM system. And so, for instance, I was talking to Ms. Finder about this recently, but it's my understanding that principals can't just view all of the open, or all the teachers that are looking for, all the music teachers, for instance, and say, I need a music teacher. They have to then submit separately an opening and application and hope that people apply for that and somehow see it. So there's a lot of things that I feel like CCSD still needs to fix before, with the HCM system, before requesting changes to it. I guess I had some more questions, but if that's not the whole.
This is Deputy Superintendent David Gardner. As long as we stay within the agenda item, which is regarding the compliance report, we're fine. Okay. If you have questions outside of that, which would be anything in compliance with 3DHG, that's fine. If we want to go outside of that, we'd have to agendize it. So you talk about it as a future agenda item today, but solely to mention that a new agenda item that we'll do in the future.
I guess I'll just point out, without talking about it, at item 5, in blue, it has recommendations for changes in legislation. That is, my question is what are some of the solutions?
Member Ford, just so that we can all follow along with you, would you mind Which document exactly?
It's the report one. It's
The September 25th?
yeah, so it's just page
Okay.
4 of 5. And you don't have to talk about it, but like if you guys want to write that down on your notes, 4 of 5 of that document is kind of where I'm at of like what's CCSD proposing, because I believe it's going to come to us in the future. We're going to have to discuss that. But I don't want to like violate open meeting law or anything like that.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, following Dad Gardner's guidance about not specifically the document, but I think your question is similar to what Member Hughes was saying in that, and it is NRS 388G, like what is it within that law, which we can talk about, correct, that you would recommend to enhance the school experience?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to find out.
Kelly Cole-Paul for the record. To be honest, I feel a little bit of a disadvantage because the report was submitted in October, and I did not prepare to speak to that report. So I would request some grace. I'd be happy to come back at another time to discuss what we put in that report, but it's been ages and a million lifetimes since October 1st. So I appreciate your that you've done the work, but I have not for that one.
No, I respect that for sure. And I'll just say that the three of you sitting here I'm not going to group in this statement that I'm about to say, but in my experience with CCSD and previous administration, it was nobody would know this if you weren't like in the know of like different meetings, but it was very, very open and general consensus with admin that we're just not going to follow the reorg because it doesn't make sense. And it was like, it wouldn't matter if the trustees would go, well, we don't think it makes sense either, actually, but we can't prove that to the legislature without actually doing it. We can't get it changed unless we actually follow it. So I feel like, I'm not saying that's you guys right now, but we have had a lot of time to properly implement the reorg, and it probably wouldn't have taken this much time if it was just done from the beginning. So I don't think it's fair to say that it's not successful or successful. It just literally hasn't been done correctly. So but I feel like both boards could easily work together to figure out how to get it done. And this, yeah, I personally think there's a lot of things wrong with it. But again, you can't make a actual argument against something without having data to prove why something doesn't work. So that's where I am with it.
For the record, Kelly Cole-Paul, I just want to state for the record that while that may have been a stated opinion of some in the district, that is not the opinion of the district or any of us sitting here.
Thank you, Member Ford and Member Hudson with the question.
Member Hudson, for the record, just a quick question or suggestion. I don't know what is going to follow. When it comes to the SOT teams and you guys are not being compliant when it comes to the election or the training materials, have you guys thought about like reorganizing your training or staff development days to make sure annually, like sometimes we get trainings that's like redundant or unnecessary where the SOT is like something that's in law forefront that we should be probably getting trained annually, especially when leadership change within the school. So just making sure that those materials stay updated. Like, have you guys thought about like revamping our professional development instead of like always having these videos or having I understand that sometimes staff development days, I remember we used to like flop where you would go to the district for some type of training and then we'll return back to our schools for another. Like, have you thought about it so you would be in compliance and everyone would get the same training and not like, oh, I'm gonna train my assistant superintendents or I'm gonna train my principals and they pick what they want to give back to their staff. So if it came from the district, so have you guys thought about like revamping the way the PED is given to us?
Kelly Cole-Paul for the record. Thank you for the question. A couple of layers here. Number one, I want to clarify that the thing that we are not in compliance with is not provide training to the SOTs. The training has been provided. It's also updated annually and reviewed and approved by the Department of Education. So it stays updated. The thing that we found ourselves to be out of compliance with is our board's requirement that we monitor and track how and when principals provided that training to the SOTs. We received some response. We did not receive 100% of schools, and therefore I can't put not in compliance. Now we have someone physically monitoring, and if we don't get a response, they get a phone call, right? So we'll be in compliance with that. The overlap with professional development days, though, is a conversation that takes us beyond the implementation of the reorganization and into what is our core business, and our core business is instruction. And so certainly our professional development days are focused on instruction, and the opportunity for professional learning is precious. While we could take that into consideration for the best implementation of reorg training, absolutely, it's also the best implementation of literacy training. And so we would have to balance out kind of a finite amount of time and opportunity for PL for people. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. If another one comes to you, just let me know. Okay. I have a question, and thank you so much for bringing up the point that money is a factor, but it's the teacher that is the biggest factor in the education of a student. I'm curious, and as the money's coming down and it gets to the school level and the SOTs have their budget decisions to make, can you give us just a general sense? So when the budgets were first projected in January versus when they were actually sent out updates in September, were the teacher salaries, how are they different? Did those projections align? Were the schools, like the average salaries were less, higher?
Thank you, Member Dockweiler. So you're referring to fall 2024.
Yes, and the teacher raises that were awarded.
We are working really hard on next week, January 15th, I'm going to tell you. And we've had, according, as Member Ford mentioned, we're doing a lot of fixing, and we're working really hard on that. So last September, when budgets came out, we were approximately short in about $5,700 in the estimation of a licensed professional. So in January of 2024, we did estimate about an 8% increase in salaries for licensed, thinking that would be the whole package, is what I've been informed by the budget team. But we know that the COLA was 8% in of itself. So then we were short step advancements and column advancements.
Perfect, which makes perfect sense. That does make a lot of sense. So I'm just curious, I don't know, like went from 5,700, as real cost was like 8,000. I know you don't know those numbers off the top of your head today, perhaps, but.
For the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell, are you asking for what the average salary then was?
Right, what the actual increase was to schools versus what was projected. Like if the 5,700 was or that was what was the actual.
We were short.
Short, yes.
We were short 5,700, so the average salary came out to about 120,000.
Okay, gotcha. I'm looking for more questions. I have more questions. I'm just making sure other people have a chance to jump in as well. So back on the same topic then. So with SB 231, and it ended up raising the average teacher salary in districts. So that would be the average salary now is 120-ish.
Kelly Cole-Paul for the record. No, not exactly. 120,000 is the average cost to school budgets of the salaries of teachers who were in positions being charged the average salary. So if the SB 231 funds were excluded from that number because those were not charged to school budgets.
Thank you for that clarification. Very helpful. Member Ford?
I just wanted to kind of make a general comment. And I hope this doesn't come off wrong to you guys, but for the board for our board to understand, I think we do understand, but just put it out there. Like with the SOTs, I think it's very important. I think we all agree that it's very important to empower the SOTs and to be in the compliance with the intent of that portion of the reorg. And it's just that I see that CCSD is making some changes to be in compliance with it, but it's understandable, and it would be the truth, I believe, that it doesn't benefit CCSD admin ever. It doesn't, like, regardless, to support the empowerment of the SOTs, because it's like literally training the schools and the communities on how to take authority away from the district. So as the state board, it's just like, even if they're doing their best to accommodate that, it's a conflict of interest, honestly. And so I know that we can't, do everything. I don't know what the solution is necessarily, but I think that the solution is going to probably have to come from this body to come up with some sort of training. So in August of 2019, the CCSD board had a agenda item. I can picture it. Brad was right there. I think we were at Liberty High School or something. I'm remembering this whole conversation right now. And it was very heated because half of the board at that time was very pro, like, let's do some training, let's teach the communities how to choose their principal, how to, what this means, how to understand the budget, it should all be cohesive. We were talking about how a lot of the SOTs are ran really well and how some schools don't have it going on at all. But then half of the board was very much like, they shouldn't really even be able to make those decisions, opining on it. My whole point of this is, again, I really want to be able to get along with the district, but I do believe that the current board of trustees is in the belief of wanting to empower those SOTs. So it probably is a good opportunity now. And again, it probably won't be as adversarial as it has been in the past to try for the state to take some of that, take the reins a little bit and help produce material. I mean, we have access to Vegas PBS. We could go find some of the SOTs that are working really well and duplicate what they're doing. But I just feel like we have to stop with that portion, turning to CCSD, like, what are you doing to train your SOTs? Because they just really don't have it doesn't really benefit them to do that. So that's all. All right, thank you, Member Ford. Member Hughes?
Yeah, just to add one quick thing. Sorry, not to prolong this. One idea that I don't know if y'all, it'd probably be a logistical nightmare, but it does strike me that in the way we operate, it's compliance of the district, but really the way the construct of the district is like a federation of schools. And so I do wonder how many of these things should schools just directly report directly to NDE, because you all are collecting a bunch of information, and it's the level of oversight is different in the reorg. And so it does make me wonder about, should we rethink who's actually responsible for submitting these things, so that, again, you all potentially aren't having to just spend all your days and hours just collecting data from schools. Like, if they're running their school effectively, they should be doing that, and then that's an issue, So I don't know what that would look like, because I think the legal language is written as the district, but it feels like a little bit of a disconnect there in how we're reporting data. So.
Member Hudson. Superintendent Ebert.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for being here. I think for this board, with the other materials and the questions that were asked, I think it'd be appropriate to bring the item back to a question or comment that was made earlier. There is the process that if the district is not in compliance with NRS 388G, then the state superintendent would ask them for a compliance, right? Corrective action plan. So if there is a specific area that the school leaders in the school district themselves, they find a specific area, and if it would be helpful to go through that process, I am a true believer in those that are closest to the problem are those that are best positioned to solve it. And sometimes it's just providing that additional support, transparency, conversation to get to that higher ground. But there is a process in place now. This board did put in place the exact process for a corrective action plan when the district is not in place. And that happened 2 years ago.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. I have one last question surrounding SOT's ability to use their budget. And the part of this is training them how to use their budgets and training them to understand what is a service level agreement, what services can be contracted outside of the service agreement. Has training been provided on that, or could you explain to us what the process is, and do SOTs need to just take those agreements, and what training's been provided to them for alternatives?
Kelly Cole-Paul for the record. To be clear, the SOT does not use the budget. The principal is the leader of the school. The principal is responsible for preparing and submitting and implementing the budget. The SOT, for the very first time this last go around, has the authority to approve or disapprove the budget that the principal develops and submits. So there's a level of professional learning that would perpetuate a misunderstanding of the authority of the SOT. If we were to provide training to the SOT on how to engage with contractors or things like that, that would be outside of their scope, and so is not included in the training for the SOTs. There is an opportunity, however, for some enhancement of the training that's provided to the principals and the SOTs, especially as a result of this budget work we've been doing over the last few weeks, that I think would benefit both our principals and our SOT members, that we certainly will be looking at developing once we get through this January 15th next week, and maybe get settled in the rest of our world for a little bit. So yeah, I do think there's an opportunity for enhanced training. It wouldn't necessarily fit within the training of the reorganization itself, but by all means would benefit the SOT in their ability to carry out their responsibilities that are in 3AG.
That would be incredible. Thank you for that. I've spoken with several school leaders and the SOT members who seem very confused as to their role, and also what services can be contracted out, what services the district provides. And so I think clarification on that would be very helpful for all parties. Thank you. Member Hudson agrees. Thank you. Okay, well, I love the idea of bringing, first of all, during public comment, it was suggested that the AB 469 subcommittee be reconvened. I think this is a great opportunity to bring that back, because it sounds like there's a lot of different questions and opportunities for continued engagement, and just making sure everybody's on the same page, moving the work forward. So we so appreciate your time and being here. We know we held you up a bit, maybe more than a bit, but we appreciate your patience and grace. Thank you. Now we will move on to agenda item 11. And at this time, AJ Fueling, the superintendent of the Carson City School District and secretary treasurer of the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, will present the INVEST plan. The strategic initiative focuses on enhancing funding, fostering innovation, implementing meaningful accountability measures, prioritizing mental health investments, and creating secure learning environments. Superintendent Fueling, please proceed when you are ready.
Thank you, President Dockweiler and members. Very happy to be here today. Thank you for allowing us, the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, to present. The INVEST document is something that has become a standard affair for NAS, Nevada Association of School Superintendents, as we go into legislative sessions to put together what we call a one-pager, and really it's a two-pager because it's two-sided, um, of information that we feel that our legislators need to know as we go into advocating for our students in the state. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. So thank you, and just and I apologize. I know we have some new members, and welcome. Thank you so much for taking this step to represent the kids of Nevada and advocating for them. And as always, thank you for your service, energy, and commitment to those kids and to the state, and partnering with NAS and giving us this time to present on this topic. Next slide. So we strongly believe in public education. We believe public education changes lives. It's foundational to society's progress, that we have to work together to transform public education. Deep learning doesn't look the same for each student, and our educators show their commitment each and every day in every school in this state. And I'll take a minute. Some of you have seen this information before, but again, I know we have some new folks. And the way this presentation is set up, there's 5 kind of main points to the INVEST document, and there's a little bit of supporting information before getting to each one. So one of the initial points is going to be about funding, and so this lays out a little bit of information on funding for K-12 education in Nevada. So in 2022, you have what per pupil funding was for Nevada there at that top line, just over $10,000 per student. Below that, you have what the national average was at that time, which is about $15,500 per student. And the third line is the subject matter expert recommended APA. APA is Augenblick, Palick and Associates. Some years ago, last time was in 2018, I believe. This group did a report to look at, really it's looking at, given all of the requirements of education in the state of Nevada, all of the mandates we must meet, all the things that we must do, what would it actually cost to do that? And so going through all of that and through a lengthy process, they developed a report to say, here's what it costs to do what we're supposed to do. And so that number in 2022 was about $15,700 per student, so a little bit more than the national average. Below that, getting into 2025, we know the number for Nevada now is about 13,300, which is an enormous increase over where we were. And then you have the national average, and again, that APA recommended number. We don't actually know the national average just yet. It's the 2022 number adjusted for inflation going forward, but so that it's kind of an estimate. But the idea being that we have definitely made progress, but we're probably not quite where we need to be. And we know as far as the APA number, we know we're not where we need to be. Next slide. The importance of this slide, I'll make it quick, is just to give you a sense of nationally what funding looks like. The darker the state, the higher the level of funding. And so you notice Nevada is more lightish grayish. So there's still work to be done in terms of moving us towards that national average and ultimately that recommended amount. So providing for optimal funding is priority 1. To continue the increases that we have seen. We are very, very, very grateful for what happened in the last session with the increase in funding for education, the largest increase since 1982. But between that time and this time, really the 90s, 2000s, and 2010s were not as spectacular on the funding side. So we're working on making up for 30 years, but very excited to have that opportunity. The third point I think is really important, and for Those of you who are not as familiar with the PCFP, which is the way that funding is effectively, it's a model that distributes funding to districts and charter schools in the state. A part of that is there's a different weighted amount of funding for students if they have certain needs. If you're a special education student, if you are an English learner, if you are considered at risk, or you are gifted and talented, there's extra funds that come with each one of those students. However, under the current setup, you only districts and charter schools only receive funding for it's effectively the weight that is the highest. So the example I would use is if I have a special education student that happens to be an English learner that we would also consider at risk, a district or charter school would only receive funding for their special education services. But there wouldn't be that weighted funding coming for their English learning needs or to support them as an at-risk student. And I would argue that a student with all three of those categories needs a whole lot more services that frankly they cost they cost more money to provide all those services. So seeing that a scenario where all of those needs would be represented to offer the right level of support to those kids would be ideal. So this next piece gets into, I think, hopes for the future, where we want to go. The Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education has done a lot of work around this for what we want education to become in Nevada. This quote, I think, sums up what we would love to see. It's about acting rather than being acted upon, shaping rather than being shaped, and making responsible decisions and choices rather than accepting those determined by others in terms of what we would like to see learner-centered education be in the future. Next slide. If you've been a part of any of the work of the Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education, you've seen this slide many times. But the idea is that this is information from 2024, or a survey from 23 that was shared in 24 about globally the top skills that kids we want, or I guess that they want workers to have, as far as the World Economic Forum is concerned. And so these are a lot of the things that I think we see going forward that have great value, that we certainly would want our children to leave school with, beyond what we're currently, maybe the more narrow scope of what we're worried about right now. Next slide. So you'll hear the terms learner-centered and future ready. I don't have to read through all of this, but ultimately we're worried about education being something that is focused on our kids and being holistic about their needs and where they're going. And future ready, there's a lot coming and a lot changing every single day. And so we want them to have the skills, the durable skills, to be able to deal with that. So priority 2, creating this learner-centered, future-ready approach. The Department of Education, Superintendent Ebert, led some great work in developing the Nevada Portrait of a Learner, which very much embodies these ideas that I previously spoke about, these durable skills that we want kids to have before they leave school. The idea of kids having innovative experiences, and I think point 3 and 5 are very related. We want kids to have, in schools, to feel free to offer innovative experiences for them. Incentivizing that, I think, would be a great way to go about it. However, not to be punished for trying out innovative ideas. And if we can eliminate any mandates that interfere with the flexibility to do those types of things. Next slide. Getting into point 3, which is really about accountability, there's a lot of data. You all have seen a lot of data today. And so really a big part of that is we are data rich in many ways. Always making sure that are we really understanding what data is telling us? And I think that is an ongoing concern. And I think a really good example of that is chronic absenteeism. And is it actually telling us what we think it is? The world clearly has changed. And, we know that our parents are much more likely to keep their kiddos home if they're feeling sick. This kind of an impact of the post-COVID world. And then also, does it mean the same thing in terms of where we are going? If we really are moving towards a competency-based model of education, is seat time as important as it once was? Standardized tests, kind of in the same fashion. Do they measure what we think they do? And the question there is, if our students always giving their best effort here on those days when standardized tests are happening. And the example, and this given at a previous presentation, but one district asked their students after a test if they had given their best effort, and 35% responded that they did. And so if that's the case, are the results of these tests actually telling us what we think that they are telling us? So I won't read through all these other ways that you potentially could look at the progress of students, the growth of students over time that are more holistic and not just based on a test taken on a single day. One district along the same lines, looking at different ways that they are gauging student success, student progress, again, far outside simply looking at the performance on a test. I'm trying to move this around quickly for you. I know this has been a long day already. So, and an example here too, this is White Pine School District, our president, Adam Young, who couldn't be here today, just laying out many of the great things happening in various ways that students get to choose what they are interested in, choose what they are being a part of and what they're getting to learn. And all of it is very different, but all of it has great value, whether it's culinary or mentoring freshmen or being an athlete or participating in the arts. So the point to that then with priority 3 is to create one accountability system. I wanted to underline that, italicize it, put it into 1,000 point font. The PowerPoint will not allow for 1,000 point font, so I apologize. But that one accountability system is really critical, and it's really hard because of federal requirements and then ultimately what our values are as a state. But I think it's impossible to overemphasize how important your accountability system is. It drives everything. And so if you're having multiple accountability systems, it really ends up diluting the focus, the efforts. You're trying to do everything. There's so many plates you're trying to keep spinning. It can be really difficult to measure what matters, and I think that is always in question. And I'll jump to that little line there at the very bottom. Not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted actually counts. And it's a really important thing. We like to be able to go to a number and look at a number and assume it's telling us so much because it's easy. And I think, unfortunately, education and humans are not easy. So there's a great quote that it's from H.L. Mencken. I can't remember who he is. I just remember his name. But the quote was that every complex problem has a simple solution, and it's wrong. Education is a very complex industry, and so simple things don't always tell the entire story in terms of what we're trying to do. Modernize Thanks. Modernize our approach to embrace student agency and flexibility with how they show their mastery, invite students and educators to co-design that process, and build on the innovative solutions concept and acing accountability. So if you're not familiar with it, after the last session and the huge infusion of funds, the governor came up with the acing accountability system. And one of the really interesting pieces of that was it allowed districts to come up with something that they could be held accountable to that was unique or important to their district. And I don't know that it's really unique. I've never really heard of anything like that. So we were all very excited when that came out as an option. And every district has some different things. For Carson City School District, it was about work-based learning. We find that to be a really important part of what we were doing for our kids, and it's giving options to our kids from elementary on through high school. So that's something we're trying to grow ourselves. Next slide. Well-being. If you are at all involved in the schools, you know that mental health has become an incredibly difficult issue for our students and for our schools to offer support to our kids. We know that good mental health correlates with academic success, but the behavioral and mental health issues that our students are facing are just seeming to grow, and very much in this post-COVID world that has become a real issue. Next slide. So looking to invest in mental health supports, dedicated funding for LCSWs, which is a licensed clinical social worker and related mental health professionals. Years ago, there used to be a dedicated stream to a funding stream to help pay for some of these costs. Some of that was diluted in the change to the new funding formula, but I think reestablishing that going forward would be incredibly helpful. I know for the Carson City School District, where I am, we are trying to support. We have social workers in our schools, but mostly federal funding at this point, and that's going to be going away. So trying to come up with some more support to help with mental and behavioral health in our schools, continue training on the MTSS model. MTSS is multi-tiered systems of support, and basically the idea is that 80% of your kids will be successful with what you kind of offer traditionally to all of your students, the average everyday work of schools. But there's another 20% that are going to need some more help. And so what do those supports look like to help those kids academically, behaviorally, and those sorts of things? Next slide, please. And lastly, the last priority has to do with facilities. So many of our rural school districts don't have a tax base to generate enough funds for maintenance or construction. In the example here, in 1995, a new school cost $10 million. In 2025, the same school is estimated to cost $95 million. While the tax base has not grown. And because of tax changes in the state that happened in 2005, the amount that can be raised off of property taxes to fund these things just are not what they need to be. The example I would use right here in Carson City, between 1988 and 1992, we built Empire Elementary, Fremont Elementary, and Mark Twain Elementary, all new schools. And we combined two large buildings that were Carson High School into one massive building that now houses about 2,300 kids. And we did that all within a 4-year period. Right now, we couldn't build a new school ourselves unless we waited probably about 15 years to accumulate enough bonding capacity to build a single school, let alone what we did 30 plus years ago. So ensuring funds to support districts. I hope everyone can hear that saw. It sounds really, there's some construction going on here. Ensuring that there are funds to help school districts design the environments for education, and I think that's just a reflection of the changes of what we want for kids in education, kind of back to priority 2, thinking about what we want the educational experience to be, but then also that there's just a reality of maintenance and operational requirements and capacity needs. We talked about class sizes in one of the previous presentations. That also can be a function of just the capacity of your buildings themselves and having space. And not every building has enough space to reduce those class sizes, even if the operational funds were available. Next slide. Those are pictures of a whole lot of good things happening across the state. I will stop with that. I tried to keep it as short as I could. I'm very thankful to be here. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Okay, any questions from the board? Member Keys, go for it.
I just wanted to say thank you for putting this together. It's a culmination of a lot of what I've heard from being here the past 2 years, and I hope that some of these priorities get implemented sooner rather than later. So just thank you so much for putting this all together, and thank you to NAS.
Thank you, Member Keys.
Thank you, Superintendent Fueling, for sharing this information today. My question is, how can the State Board of Education best support these efforts and these priorities moving forward?
Thank you, President Dockweiler. I think really what we have appreciated in the past is simply the support here of the State Board of Education in I guess officially agreeing with the priorities of this document. Ultimately, I think these are things that everyone who cares about K-12 education can get behind. And I think you're in a unique position because of so many of the items that you take here with this body and that you have to consider and make decisions upon, that your thoughts carry weight. And so if the body cares to officially put their support behind this document, that certainly helps our work going forward.
Thank you for that. That is something that the board could consider at a future meeting. We would have to agendize that for an action item, which we certainly can do. We can add that to our list and have that conversation at that time. Any questions or Member Hughes?
This Member Hughes for the record. One question I wanted to dig into was around priority 1, which I know funding is on everybody's mind. I'm curious, so I know my understanding is when a bunch of recommendations were sent from the Commission on School Funding to the legislature last time, that most of those, if not all, were not really implemented in terms of increased revenue generation, which is, I think would be required to pull this off. So I'm curious from your perspective and the superintendent group, what's being done on the ground to rally communities who are ultimately going to, I think we need to figure out some political cover for our policymakers, because I don't know that unless communities are asking for this, that they are going to be very excited about finding ways to increase revenue. So what's the ground game happening in communities to try to compel and convince folks that we should all get behind this, because I feel like that will move our legislature more than just sending a wish list to them, if we can sort of rally communities around it.
Thank you, Member Hughes. So after the Commission on School Funding came out with their original report 2 years ago, there was several sessions were held around the state to go through here what these recommendations were, what the impact would be. In the next session, the Commission on School Funding was tasked with many more things to take care of. And so the final report, they just published, I believe it was right here at the end of November. And I think there's been a lot of focus on some of the other things that they have done. And part of it, with the huge infusion of cash that happened in the last session, I think to some extent, there was a feeling that, oh, it's been taken care of. And so I think we have to go back and kind of digest through some of the information that has come out from that, because if you go through that report and it's like 500 pages, but it goes through some of the same, really it offers a menu of options to legislators to consider. But I think to your point, that there needs to be a concerted effort to bring that back on the radar. As look, we have made huge progress thanks to the last legislature and the governor, but there is still an enormous amount of ground to cover, and getting people to understand that. So I think at the moment there is not much of a ground game, but I think to your point that needs to be built, and it's something that will take some time. Some of these things, the types of things that are being talked about in that in that report, are not easy things to change when you're especially when you're talking about property tax changes.
Thank you, Superintendent Fueling. I think that some good points are raised, having that groundwork done, having a shared vision, and having as many people as possible, um, supporting and being behind and sharing that message that these are our priorities and this is what's important to us. Member Braxton, and then we'll go to Member Orr.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very informative. My question is, was there a cost analysis done on your licensed social workers and just the MTSS model overall? If we were to support it, what would it cost to do that? And over time, how long would the funds available be needed to jumpstart this initiative?
So I believe so. Carson City School District, I believe, as of right now, is the only school district that has at least one social worker in every school. I believe that's correct. I know. So there has not been a formal analysis, but as I look at my phone right now and try to do some calculations really quickly, we are spending, I'll say about 1.5. It's a little less than that, but it's about 1.5 million, mostly through federal funds, to maintain our social workers. Clark County School District is about 42 times larger than us, give or take. And so that would translate into about $63 million. So you throw in Washoe and everybody else, you're probably looking at about a $100 million item, with the basic idea of at least one social worker in every school, maybe some consideration for the size of schools. You may need some more, but it's not it's not inexpensive to make that happen. But again, I think a lot has happened in the past years, and I could give you many instances, and I could talk to some of my principals of what they are going through and what they're seeing in their schools. There is a real need for mental health services, not only in the schools, but even for those kids who are beyond, their needs are beyond what our schools really can serve, other places that can offer them help in the state. And that is just really, really lacking right now. I know, for some of our students, the conversation isn't about, once it's apparent that really their behavioral health needs are beyond what we can do, there's nowhere else for them to go in Nevada. The conversation is, well, do they go to Texas or Missouri? And that just doesn't seem quite right to me. So, but it's a big problem.
I agree. Thank you. And there's a discussion about behavioral health, but there's also the resources needed for our neurodivergent community and how that plays out in the behavioral health discussion. So this is clearly a huge priority. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. That really feeds into a lot of the work that's a priority of this board is supporting the whole child and the well-being of students. Back in 2020, this board passed recommended ratios for school-based mental health providers of 1 to 250 for school counselors and school social workers, and 1 to 500 for school psychologists. And those three ratios do align, or for those three professions, do align with their national best practice recommendations. And so having one professional in one school oftentimes isn't even enough, because if you have a school of 1,000 students, you would need 4 counselors, 4 social workers, 2 school psychologists. So even just having one in a building right now full time is an amazing achievement. And it goes back to some of the other work that we've been prioritizing in terms of the dual credit and creating workforce pipeline programs to support not only educators in the classroom working in an instructional capacity, but also the educators working in the school-based mental health professions to support the whole child within the school setting. So a lot of this is an extension of our existing work. So definitely we want to keep that at the forefront. So thank you. Member Orr, you had a question, and then Member Ford.
Thank you, Member Orr, for the record. I really appreciate your presentation. I am so grateful for the relationship between the State Board and NAS. With Invest Priority 3, everything that you say, bringing the quote forward, not everything that counts can be counted and not everything that can be counted actually counts, is always important to hear. I think with the ACing accountability framework, one of the things that I really appreciate is that innovative solutions framework. I really appreciate that you brought forward this idea that the workplace or workforce development idea. If you could come forward with some regularity and share what the districts are doing with their innovative solutions, and bring forward that data and highlight those stories and that data, and make sure that we're looking at that as important as the other number crunching that we're doing all the time. I think if we're highlighting that and we're telling those stories and we're making that count as much as some of the other things, I just think we need to prioritize that as much as the other stories that we're telling. And I think that there's probably no organization better equipped to do that than yours. And so I would really appreciate us making sure that we have you doing that for us. So thank you.
Absolutely. I think ultimately we control the narrative, right? And so if we create that information in a way that can be digested and shared, you can see those successes that shows a lot of the good things happening in public education. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Member Orr. Member Ford?
Thank you. I don't want to take a whole lot of time, and I don't have any clear suggestions or even thoughts formed right now. I just wanted to say that I support this work entirely. I love the work and the idea of the portrait of a learner. This is all yes, but I'm very big into like I read a lot of like theoretical, conceptual, abstract stuff, not necessarily in the weeds of, things that like an educator might read. And I follow a lot of these historians and education researchers. And so I'm just going to share a couple of thoughts that maybe we could just sit with or whatever. But, a lot of districts are moving into a different mindset around education, what the purpose of education even is. I think that might be a great spot for us to talk about taking a few steps back and going back to that starting point and kind of like rethinking what is education even for? What should we be supporting with tax dollars when it comes to education? And I'm a very, very supportive of mental health services, whole child focused. Yes, I know, that kids cannot learn when they are hungry, when they don't have shoes. So sometimes something is our problem, like it's not our responsibility, but it's our problem. We can't get kids the grades and the data that everybody wants if something that isn't necessarily education's responsibility isn't being met for that kid. So a lot of districts are really thinking about putting tax dollars towards the school buildings, and that becomes the community's building, not always just for education. And putting the cost of things towards the community and other entities. Like right now, there's going to be a big investment in mental health services. Does all of our mental health stuff have to come directly from the education budget, or could we tap into some of that? If we allowed, access in a way that didn't harm our school buildings and it was in accordance with the principles, is there a way to provide wraparound services on weekends and breaks and in evenings in ways that the schools can really focus on just academics and keep those buildings as community resources? um, like a few people have mentioned, where's the money come from? I don't know if anyone's ever figured out the answer to this, but what happened to the additional 2% in the room tax that I think that was like 2012. I've attended a bunch of different forums, summits, Nevada stuff, and it's always mentioned, but I still have yet to hear an answer as to that investment that was supposed to be, they went from 12% to 14% in an increase in room tax, and it just got put into the general fund and never put directly into education, which I believe would be to the tune now of like something like $10 billion or something crazy. That's, something to look at, or at least get a clear answer to some of the, leaders in education funding. I have notes and videos and stuff when I was learning all this stuff where they were talking about that. And I don't think it's almost like the elephant in the room that like no one's going to discuss that we were supposed to get all that money and we didn't. So that's one thing to look at. But I think that there's so many different things happening with, like, we should go forward with this. I'm all about it. It's great. But we should really have a kind of big picture, uh, just really what is education for and how can we bring it into being, like if we wanted to more community focused, and we could reference some of these other districts that are having a lot of success in switching and changing their mentality around education. That's all. Thank you, Member Ford. Those are very good thoughts, very good high level thinking points for us to consider. And Superintendent Fueling, it sounds like you have a lot of support from this board. We will circle back to see how we can best support the efforts of the INVEST plan and how we can support it moving forward. So thank you so much for your presentation today. We appreciate the information.
Thank you very much. And as was said to me yesterday, I hope you all thrive in 25.
Ooh, you as well. Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item 12, the board will hear a presentation from Shauna Jessen, Director of the Office of Teaching and Learning, Rachel Tillotson, Education Programs Professional in the Office of Teaching and Learning, and Lori Wilson, Contractor for the Office of Teaching and Learning. They will provide an update on the Nevada State Literacy Plan. And I see it's up and ready to go, so thank you.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, President Duckweather, Superintendent Ebert, members of the board. For the record, my name is Shauna Jessen, the Director of Teaching Learning, as had been mentioned. And we do have Rachel, who is an education programs professional for secondary English language arts and world languages, along with Lori Wilson, one of our dedicated contractors who is instrumental to our team, and they are in the north. So they've been critical in putting this work forward and are here to support this presentation today. I wanted to say, could you, next slide, please? I hope David can hear me and we're scooting along. Okay, so today we organized this brief presentation around purpose, people, process, and product. As we dive into this plan, we're going to look at it in these 4 ways. Next slide, please. So what is the state literacy plan? On this slide, we will define what the literacy state plan is and what it does. What it is a roadmap for our state's approach to improving literacy. What it does is provide a framework for using evidence-based practices to improve literacy outcomes. Really, its intent is to raise literacy skills for all ages from pre-kindergarten to grade 12, including our unique, diverse population in our state. Next slide, please. So why update the plan? Well, it was clearly time for a refresh. The current plan was developed in 2015 and does not reflect how best practices have evolved over time. The Nevada State Legislature generously supported the implementation of the plan by allocating $498,400 for the project. The creation of this plan has provided opportunity for collaboration across the state, local, and national organizations to ensure our diverse populations and experts have joined us in this effort, including our own member Orr, who we appreciate for serving on our executive committee and helping to shape this plan. Next slide, please. So stakeholders, this was a big part. We included a lot of people. Our updated Nevada State Literacy Plan has been shaped through collaboration with key stakeholders, which includes NSHE, Nevada System of Higher Education, Regional Professional Development Programs, the Nevada State Public Charter School Authority, other policy makers and legislators, as well as administrators and educators, including our community members as well. Next slide, please. The new plan is connected to the STIP, which we've heard about today, and is supported in Governor Lombardo's AC and Accountability Initiative, and incorporates the Nevada Portrait of a Learner as well, by providing a framework that results in increased student achievement, we hope or expect. So, to ensure, next slide, I'm sorry, should be on slide 7. To ensure transparency, accountability, and inclusivity, the Nevada State Literacy Plan was developed through 3 levels of collaborative work groups. We had our executive committee, the advisory council, and the writing team. And just to give you an idea of who was who, the executive committee included the Nevada State Superintendent of Public Instruction, the Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education, some district superintendents, national literacy experts, and NDE staff. The advisory council was a group that was composed of the NSHE faculty specializing in literacy, multilingual education, school administrators, educators, regional professional development program staff, and the Nevada State Public Charter School Authority, as well as our own NDE staff. And then the writing team was a mixture of college faculty, RPDP folks, and educators from across Nevada. And after that, we incorporated a revision team to collect and gather feedback for the revision. Next slide, please. So this slide should be the Executive Steering Committee, and we wanted to highlight their role by providing a high-level vision regarding literacy goals, making formal recommendations, and along the way, checking in to provide feedback on our progress. Next slide, please. So our advisory council supported the development of the plan. They were the reviewers of the data, they researched evidence-based instruction, they recommended what priorities and topics should be included in the plan, and they offered input on the look and feel of the document as it came to a conclusion. And finally, they responded to subsequent drafts of the plan for edits and revisions. Next slide, please. So our writing team role, they basically were the backbone of this project by examining the current literacy research, and they focused on the topics of their own expertise. They reviewed statewide data for trends and needs, and they brought a lot of clarity to what it was we decided to put in the final plan. Next slide, please. So as already mentioned, there have been many stakeholders involved with developing this plan. A few that we didn't mention yet is the NDE multi-tiered system of supports leadership team and the input from the Nevada Association of School Superintendents as well. Next slide, please. So here's a quick overview of the timeline of what we just described for the Nevada State Literacy Plan. We began working in February of 2024 with our advisory council. From there, we moved directly into the writing process, completing the first version around June. Following that, we entered the feedback collected and iterative revision phases began. This brings us to where we are today, and that is preparing for the next step or the implementation rollout. And this timeline highlights key milestones as we continue working to improve literacy in our state. Next slide, please. So the new plan updates and revises the 2015 plan in the following ways. Wanted to show you the differences between the two plans. The new plan has vertical alignment. So rather than separating out recommendations by grade level, the new plan offers a comprehensive and vertically aligned approach to literacy in the service of the Nevada academic content standards. At the same time, the appendix includes helpful one-pagers that can help educators and leaders focus literacy instruction with specific grade bands. The 2015 plan spanned pre-kinder through adult literacy, and the new plan has focused on pre-kinder through grade 12. Updated research has also been added. The last decade of literacy research has expanded our understanding of literacy learning and has provided specific additions to guidance on reading instruction. The new plan amplifies the research that provides evidence-based recommendations. Also, multi-tiered systems of support. The shift from RTI to MTSS in the last decade affords Nevada a system for identifying and responding to the literacy needs of Nevada students in real time. The new plan offers clear guidance on what MTSS is and how to use it at the systems level to support all students. It also provides a deeper focus on adolescent literacy. With respect to adolescent readers, the new plan now includes guidance on disciplinary literacy to reflect the Nevada academic content standards and to ensure our students are prepared for college and career success. And finally, this updated plan positions Nevada to qualify for grant funding through Comprehensive Literacy State Development, National Literacy Center, and is supported by the U.S. Department of Education. Next slide, please. The 2025 Nevada State Literacy Plan Advisory Council identified 6 priority areas to go in plan: Tier 1 instruction, assessment, MTSS, leadership, professional learning, and family and community engagement. Within each of those sections, there is a description of each topic, including research evidence for why it was selected, a set of key practices for each topic, and a selection of actions for implementation for each key practice. Next slide, please. So now that we have reviewed the development process and key milestones, let's look ahead to the next steps. The digital copy of the Nevada State Literacy Plan will be ready this spring for broader distribution. As we move into the implementation phase, we will establish a collaborative framework, forming partnerships among the state, regional, and local agencies and higher education institutions, as well as community organizations. We will identify key stakeholders and assign roles to ensure a successful rollout. In this phase, we will also develop professional learning opportunities, offering training for educators, administrators, and support staff on evidence-based literacy practices, ensuring everyone has the tools to succeed. The training offerings will have a multifaceted design that can attract professionals who may want a hybrid, in-person, or even self-paced program to gain service learning hours or a micro-credential. And lastly, we want to engage families and communities in this phase by encouraging schools to adopt a robust culture that actively involves families in the shared decision-making for literacy priorities and developing programs and resources to involve families in literacy achievement while partnering with community organizations to provide additional support. This implementation phase will ensure that the literacy plan is efficiently rolled out, creating meaningful and sustainable improvements across Nevada. The new literacy plan represents a pivotal step forward in Nevada's commitment to ensuring every student has the literacy skills necessary for success. By emphasizing balanced literacy practices, culturally responsive teaching, a research-based approach grounded in the science of reading, we are providing a roadmap for inclusive and equitable education. This plan not only supports academic achievement, but also empowers students to become critical thinkers, effective communicators, and lifelong learners. With the collective effort of policymakers, educators, and communities, we are shaping a brighter future for all Nevada students, one where literacy is the key to unlocking opportunities, closing achievement gaps, and driving lasting success in school and beyond. Next slide, please. Thank you all for your attention, for taking the time to engage with this important update. Your support and feedback has been and continues to be invaluable as we move forward. I would like to now open the floor for any questions or comments you may have, and I'm happy to address anything or provide further clarification.
Thank you so much on this presentation and the information provided. As we know, literacy is such a critical component to students' education. As a member of this work, I would like to offer Member Orr the opportunity to share any thoughts or ask any questions.
Thank you. This is Member Orr. I was really honored to be a part of this process. This is a passion of mine, something I've been very much involved with for many months, and I just want to say thank you to all of the members of the NDE staff who put in just absolutely so much work, expertise, um, and really went through an incredible amount of iterations, taking into consideration not only so much new and updated research, but guidance from the community and really thoughtful approaches to thinking through ways of interpreting some of that new research in ways that would be meaningful for the community. So I just really could not be happier with how much the document really did morph and change over time to be more meaningful. And I'm very happy to have been a part of the process. I also wanted to thank the people that helped the process from West Ed. I know that Alicia Bowman was really important, at least from my role on the executive steering committee, and really helpful and took a lot of time to listen to pretty extensive feedback throughout the process. So thank you to all of that. And Doctors Diana Townsend and Dr. Darrell Kiernan, both of whom took lots of feedback, both um, behind the scenes and over lots and lots of months. I just think that we have some of the most brilliant minds in the state that took a lot of time and effort really caring about ensuring that this document isn't something that just goes on shelves, but is something that will hopefully make meaningful change. So all of that being said, I'm looking forward to hearing comments from the rest of the board. I know that this wasn't a part of initial materials that were sent out, so maybe perhaps not everybody has had a chance to dig into it, but I think it has been posted now. But I do have just a few questions, and if you don't mind taking those from me, my first question would just be, what is the plan to get this plan into the hands of literacy specialists first, and have them kind of interact with it um, and work with it first to kind of see what their thoughts are?
Shauna Jessen, for the record, thank you, Member Orr, for those kind words and for calling out people that we weren't able to mention or didn't mention. There were so many people that were involved in that project. In response to your question, that plan is still in development. We do have a plan. We have started the work for moving the professional development forward. First thing we need to do is get the plan finalized and printable. And then when that happens, we'll be able to move those into the schools. And our Read by 3 team is already aware, and our ELA team is already preparing those development sessions.
Thank you, Ms. Jessen. Member Orr, was that the end of your question?
Yeah, I had several questions about just next steps with implementation and professional learning, but it sounds like we don't know all of that. So I would just like to ask that at our next meeting, we have some updates about what the next steps are, just because I guess the next most important thing after having this wonderful new state literacy plan will be, how are we going to get it out there, and how will, I guess the most important thing will be, what will robust implementation planning look like, and how will we engage stakeholders in that?
Thank you, Member Orr. We will definitely include that at a future meeting and provide that update. And thank you for your leadership in this work. And also, please, to all on this board, as you read through that draft document that was posted, please do offer your feedback and comments, submit them via email, and we will make sure that they get to where they need to go. Any questions from board members? Member Hughes?
It's Member Hughes for the record. Thanks, Director Jessen, for sharing that. And I'm also excited. It sounds like at a future meeting, we'll dig into the actual plan itself. So we'll look forward to that. I guess one thing that I heard you say, but I might have misheard, is you had mentioned balanced literacy. And I know my understanding is the current body of research in science of reading suggests that many of those practices actually are not very helpful. And so can you just clarify, you sort of name both science reading, but also balanced literacy. And I know my understanding is the balanced literacy is less precise around how phonics is taught, as well as some of the structures around that. So I might have misheard, but it sounds like there's some like conflicting theories embedded maybe.
Shauna Jessen for the record. Yeah, we are in favor of the science of reading. And so anything that I would have said in my comments would have been just to balance out all of the research that we found, not to refer to balanced reading or balanced literacy in a separate way. So thank you for the clarification. We definitely are pushing the idea that we support the science of reading.
And cool, this is Member Orr for the record. All notations of balanced literacy have been removed from the document and do not appear in the document in any way.
Great, thank you for that. I had one more thought and I'm losing my thought. Yeah, I think the other piece, just to name again for a future conversation, is the implementation is obviously the hard part of this. And one of the things I would love us to look at in conjunction with this STIP is, depending on where we land with high quality instructional materials, some of this, like, we don't necessarily need to be building in-depth knowledge of every single brain science piece of research, because in theory, high quality instructional materials do that for us in many ways. And so I feel like there's probably a conversation of bringing those two pieces together to make sure they go side by side.
All right, thank you, Member Hughes, for bringing that to our attention to keep at the forefront. I see no other questions from the board, so I will offer appreciation and thank you to you, Ms. Jensen, for the presentation and the information, and we will be speaking with you again. Thank you.
Madam President, I just had one quick comment. This is
Oh, please, Member Walker, our ghost member today.
I'm here though. I just took over somebody's office. Unfortunately, I'm sure she's ready for me to get out of here. I wanted to say, in addition to thanking Member Orr for her participation, I have a teacher leader at my school, and I know of teacher leaders from Carson City who also participated in the process. And I had quite a few conversations about how robust and how much work really went into this process. And so I want to make sure that we're also thanking the educators who were taken away from their classrooms and their schools to really help shape the work of the state. So I want to make sure that we recognize everybody and their contributions. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Walker. That is so incredible. And you're right, they do that above and beyond their regular duties. So we definitely want to appreciate the work that they do. Moving on to agenda item 13, the board will now receive an update from Dr. Daniel Archer, Vice Chancellor for the Academic and Student Affairs for the Nevada System of Higher Education. Dr. Archer will provide insights into dual credit enrollment trends and discuss Align and Shine Nevada, a policy advisory group. Dr. Archer, please proceed when you are ready.
Well, again, I'm Daniel Archer, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Nevada System of Higher Education. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. Appreciate the work you all do as a board and as a K-12 system. There's really three pieces I want to touch on today in this presentation. I'm going to provide some background on dual credit. I want to share some dual credit data I think you'll find pretty compelling, and then highlight some current work in the dual credit policy space that we're actively engaged in. So next slide, please. So we talk about dual credit. I think at the outset, it's really important to note that dual credit is really any case in which a high school student is taking a college course. So that's kind of our overarching, all-encompassing term. Anything under the sun that involves a high school student taking a college course is considered dual credit. And then it sort of filters down into two distinct and separate buckets. The first of which is concurrent enrollment. Next slide, please. And essentially, this is any class taught by a high school instructor. So this is something that obviously is advantageous from an access standpoint because the college comes to the high school. It helps students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds because it eliminates the transportation barrier, helps our students in rural areas, so you have that. And then on the other side, you have dual enrollment. If you'll go ahead and move the slide, please. And this is any college class taught by an adjunct or full-time college instructor, which adjunct is a term you're, I'm sure, probably familiar with. It's a part-time college instructor. So any college course taught by a part-time or full-time college instructor. So again, dual credit is kind of our overarching term for everything. And then the line of demarcation when it filters down is who teaches the class. Concurrent enrollment is a high school instructor. Dual enrollment is a college instructor. Next slide, please. So these are some data. What we're looking at here is the number of high schools served by each respective dual credit category here. So the blue represents the number of high schools served through concurrent enrollment. The orange represents the number of high schools served through dual enrollment. And then the pink represents the number of high schools served through a combination of both concurrent and dual enrollment here. And obviously this is categorized by each of our 7 respective institutions here. Some you'll see are a little bit more balanced. UNLV kind of fits into that category. CSN is probably a little more balanced. Some lean more towards concurrent. You'll see UNR and NSU. They're in blue or more heavy in the concurrent space. And then some lean more towards dual enrollment. Obviously, GBC being a case in point, Great Basin College there with 78 schools they work with through dual enrollment activities. So please change the slide again. And so this is our top 10 courses when we look at our dual credit students. And you'll see here, there's no surprise here that English composition 1 and 2 rank number 1 and number 2 respectively. Obviously, these are general education courses that are required for our baccalaureate degrees and our transfer associate degrees, so they have that broad scale applicability. And there's a number of other general education classes that are on here. I think one thing that has started to sort of take off out of nowhere is that economics and financial literacy. You'll see that it was at 0 for a number of years, and then all of a sudden it's over 1,000 students. And as many of you all probably remember, the state statute requires a financial literacy component for high school graduation. And so I would imagine that this course, among others, could be used as a means to meet that specific requirement. So again, we've seen really significant growth in that course just in the last few years. Change the slide, please. So this just highlights enrollment numbers here. And so again, we're looking at dual credit, again, as our overarching term for any case where a high school student is taking a college course. And you'll see that we were at just over 3,000 students in 14-15. That number jumped up to nearly 15,000 in 22-23. And while it's not on here, I did pull the 23-24 numbers that are the most up to date, and those were at 19,072. And so we went from just over 3,000 to 19,072 in 23-24, which represents a 523% increase. So obviously very significant growth has occurred in the dual credit space here in recent years. And as many of you all know, we've had a tuition discount in place for concurrent enrollment since fall of 2022, so it's still relatively new, but students have paid a flat fee of $75 per course, not per credit hour, per course when it's concurrent enrollment. So obviously that has provided more opportunities for students to participate based on the affordability factor. Next slide, please. And then the next few slides just really get into some data here. And so one of the big things you'll see is This is essentially our public college going rate. So we're looking at our capture rate. We're looking at the percentage of Nevada public high school graduates that enroll at an NC institution within a 1-year period after high school graduation. In other words, what percentage of those students are we capturing at an NC? And you'll see the comparison. In orange, you have the students who did not participate in dual credit. And then in blue, you'll see a very stark contrast there, nearly about a 30 percentage point difference there when we compare the 21-22 data. So pretty significant differences there. Next slide, please. And very much the same thing when we get into persistence. You'll see some pretty notable differences when we compare, again, those who had a dual credit experience versus those who did not. What we're looking at here is the Nevada high school graduates that enrolled at an NC institution within a 1-year period after high school graduation. What percentage of those students came back the second year to college? What percentage did we retain and NC from year 1 to year 2 of college here? And again, we're comparing those who had a dual credit experience versus those who did. Those who had a dual credit experience versus those who did not. And you'll see, again, over a 10 percentage point difference there in the most recent data set. Next slide, please. And then last but not least, of the Nevada high school graduates that enrolled at an NC institution within a 1-year period after high school graduation, what percentage earned a credential within a 6-year period after graduation? Again, you'll see that we were at 37.9% in 16-17. And then by comparison, when we look at our dual credit group, it was 56.7. So again, nearly a 20 percentage point difference when we compare those who had a dual credit experience versus those who did not. I think it's also worth noting that when this topic comes up, there's usually somebody in the room that says, well, you're just talking about students who are already going to go to college. And it's worth noting that there's been a number of studies that have been done that have really had a laser focus and really focused down and really drilled down and found, okay, who are the average high school students and below average high school students? And let's compare those two. And that way you're really comparing apples to apples. You're not having the person who has a 30 ACT. You're really comparing average high school students and below average high school students. And those studies, again, have really reconfirmed what we already know, that dual credit leads to higher access, leads to higher enrollment after college. It leads to early college success. It leads to higher completion rates. It leads to graduating in less time. There are a higher probability of completing in 4 years versus 6 for the baccalaureate students. So it's something that is a win-win-win across the board in terms of access, success, completion, and affordability. Next slide, please. And so going forward here, we've created a group called Align and Shine Nevada, and Felicia Gonzalez at Indy, who I really appreciate working with, appreciate all her efforts, and I are co-chairing. So what we're wanting to do here is we're wanting to develop policy and procedures that really have a strong focus on access, success, and completion here. And we've got K-12 and higher education folks involved in a committee. On the K-12 side, we have individuals from NDE. We have individuals from district offices. We have individuals from high school sites. And then on the higher education side, we have representatives from INSHE, and then all 7 of our INSHE campuses as well here. So we have people who hold kind of a wide variety of backgrounds and experiences and perspectives really come together to work on this here. So we've met 3 times, and it's been very productive thus far here. Again, the focus is on developing policies and procedures. And please, next slide. And so when we talk about this, when we really look at this through kind of a Western half of the U.S. lens, kind of from a policy perspective, nearly every state has some sort of policy that sets expectations and standards for dual credit. Some are probably more extensive and expansive than others. Some of these are set by the legislature. Some of these are set by the State Higher Education Board. Obviously, in Nevada, we're going to be going toward the latter there. So the work that we're doing is very much along the lines of national norms, and really dual credit, the fact that it has grown in Nevada is not unique to the country. If you look at InsideHigherEd.com or the Higher Education Chronicle, at least once a month, it seems like there's an article on the massive growth of dual credit. And so with that, obviously, there comes some growing pains and some opportunities to have some policy infrastructure, and that's kind of where we're at right now. And so in terms of some of the focus areas, please move the slide. Just want to hit on some of the key areas. So eligibility standards. We want to come up with something that's a reasonable predictor of success that we can use as a base entry point while still allowing some flexibility to students who may just be shy of that. We want to have support and guidance for high school teachers teaching college courses here. There's already some good work going on in this particular area here. We want to make sure that we have continuity and that we're on the same page about providing high school teachers with the supports and the guidance here. We want to make sure that they have an orientation, that they have some early training, that there's some guidance, there's some feedback, that they're evaluated in the same way that college instructors evaluate. We want to make sure that all those pieces are in place. We also want to make sure that we're on the same page about college expectations in concurrent enrollment courses here. We want to ensure that the grading scale that's used on the college campus is used in the concurrent enrollment course. We also want to make sure that the syllabus that's used in the concurrent enrollment course is comparable to the same course that's offered on the college campus here, again, to have that continuity there. We also want to make sure that our concurrent students have access to academic resources. Like tutoring and library, I can definitely tell you from experience way back when I did concurrent enrollment, I wanted to get my math out of the way. So I did college algebra, and there's no way that I would have made it without having access to tutoring services. So really important that we're ensuring that those students are served and have the resources they need to be successful. We also are going to touch on faculty qualifications, which really boils down to who's qualified to teach the course. And then last but not least, data collection and analysis. We want to make sure that we have a really robust effort in the data collection space here so we can continually analyze data and make changes as needed and really evaluate and assess the effectiveness of this program. So stand for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Archer. I see Member Keys.
Thank you for coming and presenting to us. I am a dual credit student, so I've had a lot of experience, particularly with GBC. Um, I find dual credit classes amazing. I'm so glad that we have them in here in Nevada. I'm getting my associate's degree when I graduate. One thing that I have noticed throughout my time on the board is that dual credit classes, or dual enrollment classes, they vary on what the K-12 side counts for their credits. Like for example, this isn't true, but just English 101. One district could count it as an English class. One district could count it as like an elective class for their credits for their high school. Does the Rise and Shine does that have anything? Are they working on that, making some kind of policy decisions on? We think that this class, whether it be like Bio 100, whatever, should that count for a science credit? Should that count as an elective credit on the high school side?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question, Member Keys. And so this is the third state I've worked in. I've worked in 2 other state higher education systems prior to this, and this exact issue has come up the other states. So this is not a unique to Nevada type of issue. That's not necessarily on our agenda right now. I mean, I think that there are things we can look at. You know, some of the questions I would have is I'm not sure the difference between local control. I mean, we may be able to come up with a recommendation, and hopefully that would be adhered to. But I know in the previous states that I've been into, that's kind of the challenge we've got into is that there are sometimes local control issues in that space. However, I think that particularly for some of our common NSHE courses, because English 101 is English Composition 1, English 102 is Composition 2, and so forth. Some of those common courses, I think that would be advantageous to have that. And hopefully there would be some buy-in. It would kind of grow organically. So I think there's some value to that. I definitely think that's something we could look at within the scope of this work. I think it fits. So I think that's a really good point.
Thank you. Yeah, I know this had been brought up on the board previously. I forget exactly what for, but it was a few meetings ago, I remember. And we kind of decided, or we figured that if these classes are being counted for a different thing across the state, that one student can have an easier path to graduation than another student if an NSHE we're saying that they're the same classes. So once we get that, it would be great to see some sort of alignment across the state. And I appreciate your work specifically with getting services to dual enrollment students or concurrent enrollment students. I myself definitely haven't taken advantage of everything that GBC has to offer when it comes to tutoring, just because I feel so like disconnected from that side of it, from being a college student. And so I really appreciate the work that you're doing with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Keys, for highlighting that and providing some practical examples of what's happening. And you're right, this conversation has come up before in the past on this board about how each district counts these classes differently for credit. So as this work progresses, if there's any work that this board can do from a regulatory standpoint to support that alignment, please let us know. Member Hughes?
Yeah, just to jump in on that point, Member Hughes for the record, I do think that we ultimately have to sign off, right, on the dual enrollment courses. And so that could, I mean, so maybe that's a decision we make. Like, could we set a framework like we're actually not going to approve if you're counting this for that, right? So there might be some ability we have to at least make them more similar. So appreciate you raising that. The only thing I was going to add, just some input that I've received that aligns with this. So just appreciate this work. I've talked to a bunch of high school principals recently, and they have, expressed frustration with the different experiences working with different institutions in the state. And so a lot of them are saying like, I'm dropping this partner and moving to this other partner because they're more flexible and accommodating and do this with my teacher system. So I just appreciate that we're trying to take a systematic approach because I think at the school level they're feeling the disconnect and how they're operating. So appreciate that.
Okay, any other questions or comments for Dr. Archer? Seeing none, thank you so much for this work, and we look forward to learning more as it moves forward. Now we will move on to agenda item 15, and the board will receive an update on the emergency federal relief funds allocated to states, districts, private schools, and the State Public Charter School Authority. This update will be presented by State Superintendent, Superintendent Ebert. So please proceed when you're ready.
Great, thank you. So a high-level summary of all of the funds that have been made available to our state via the federal government. Next slide, please, David. So the first set of funds that were made available were the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Funds, or CARES Act. You see the second set of funds, Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, and then the third set of funds, American Rescue Plan, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief. The second set of funds, most people refer that to, if you'll hear ESSER 1 dollars, kind of a shortcut, and people were having time with the name across there. So the second one is referred to, if you'll hear interchangeably, ESSER 1 funds, and then the final set of funds were ESSER 2 funds. So next slide, with the CARES dollars, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, there were two pots of funding that were made available, $2.2 trillion across the United States. And most of these funds, the first set of funds dealing with the pandemic, health, mental health, security, cleaning supplies. This is where we saw a lot of those dollars invested as we move forward. The second set of funds, ESSER 1 funding, elementary and secondary school emergency relief, was $117 million. 90% of those funds went directly to the local education agencies and addressed learning loss, all of those. There were still cleaning supplies that were made available in that, but we started to see a shift across what school districts were providing or ordering for their students at that moment of time. ESSER on slide 5, we have the $117,185,045 that were allocated directly to the state. And I have a summary slide at the end. All of these funds were to be obligated by September 21st. Again, here you'll see high quality professional development, instructional materials, learning devices for students. In that second set of funding, there were a large portion of those funds that were made available for devices themselves. Another set of funding that was allocated out of the Coronavirus Aid and Relief Economic Security, so the CARES, was a subset of funding called GEAR funding that went directly to the governors of every single state. And in Nevada at the time, Governor Sisolak knew there was a larger gap in the K-12 needs. And so the funds were allocated to K-12, $26 million. and also had the same type of requirements for expenditures. The funding status for Gear 1 on slide 7, that was roughly $26 million that was allocated to the department. You can see there also September 21st, they needed to be obligated. And out of all of those funds, we spent 97.6% on various projects. Round 2, the second round on slide 8 of funding, the ESSER and GEAR funds, Nevada received the largest set of funding here, which was $477 million. 90% of those, again, went to LEAs, and the remaining 10% were held at the state level at that time. On slide 9, again, you kind of see our pattern here. We're moving forward with the expenditures, and I really would like to get to the summary slide because I think it shares with you where we're at in all of this funding. We funded with approval. There's one thing that's important to note here is in the state of Nevada, which is not the case in all states, in order to expend these funds, we had to go to the legislature and get their approval to be able to expend these funds. Colleagues around the United States, that's not the same process. In some other states, the Department of Education can directly move forward without the approval of the legislature. I just note that as a process, sometimes people would ask, well, how come you're not getting the funds out as quickly as state XYZ? And everybody's moving as fast. There was just different processes. We'll make sure we're comparing apples to apples. On slide 10, again, Gear 2 funding. So these were funds that were allocated to the governor at that moment in time. He did again allocate those funds to K-12 education. And then the ARP ESSERs, the third round of funding, the largest, totaling $122 billion across the United States. 90% went to LEAs and the continued use to make sure that schools were reopening and address learning loss. On slide 12, for Nevada, we received approximately $1 billion. That funding needed to be obligated by September 2024. We are in the process of asking for a late liquidation and moving forward with, again, sample projects for you. The last slide that is shared with you today is an overall summary of all of those components and where we are. $1.7 billion that came into the state. I do want to thank all of the colleagues in the Nevada Department of Education that have worked since the pandemic to make sure these funds got out the door, if you will, were received either by our partners that were helping in education, nonprofit organizations, but then also tracking. When you think about an additional $1.7 billion, which we're grateful for, but added to the work that we're already running, it was a huge lift for everyone within the department and across the state. So the first set of funds, you can see there rather quickly, we were able to expend those dollars. We did revert $1.5 million back to the federal government. In that instance, it was one of our partners that we learned a lesson in tracking that we found late in the process that they were not able to expend those dollars. And because it was late in the process, we were not able to reallocate. And so now as we move forward, we're continually monitoring, working with our partners, making sure that the dollars are expended on time with the intended purpose that they were meant for. ESSER 2, we're still in the process of late liquidation. $3 million there. You can see the percentage overall is 99% of those funds have already been expended and reimbursed. So we're pleased, but we want to make sure that that gets to zero. That's what all of us are driving to make sure that none of these funds are reverted back to the federal government. In ESSER 3, we're in the process of liquidating those funds as well. 96.48% has been spent. And then you can see, I won't drill in on each and every one of these lines. We are waiting for final approval on ESSER 3 for late liquidation. That is a process that we work with the federal government to continue to make sure the funds are expended appropriately. As you can see at the top of that slide, we have the Federal Relief Tracker, Nevada Federal Relief Tracker. We have been held up across the United States for how easily accessible. We were talking about transparency earlier. These are public dollars. What are these public dollars being used for? This tracker has been up for a few years. It is still up. You can see exactly where the dollars are flowing and how school districts are using those funds. So with that, I stand ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. $1.7 billion is a huge lift. So thank you for adding that to your already busy department's to-dos. I have a question about the expenditure of any remaining funds. Are those already dedicated to specific projects, or are you still actively seeking additional partners?
Great question, Superintendent Ebert. For the record, if you look on previous slides, and we're very intentional, is that in those slides I say obligated. And so by this last set of funds, by September 30th, all of the funds must be obligated. And that means for specific projects. At this moment in time, we cannot say, we found a wonderful project. We do see funds that are made available. They all must have already been approved and through the process. So there are no new projects that can be accepted at this time.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Appreciate that update. Thank you so much, Superintendent Ebert.
Yes.
Now I would like to briefly revisit Agenda Item 4, the Vice President's report, and provide an update on the AB 469 subcommittee. We will be reconvening that subcommittee, and a meeting date will be forthcoming. And anyone who would like to join us on the board is invited to participate. And please send Angie an email if you are interested, and we will make sure to include you. At that future meeting date, we will finalize a committee membership and select a chair. Member Keys, jump in.
Also, since we're back at the reports, I forgot to say Happy School Board Appreciation Month for January. I forgot to say that.
Thank you, Member Keys, for that addition. So now we will move on to item 16, future agenda items. As you see here, we have State Board of Education, the bylaws and training, absenteeism and truancy, developmental delay, and Disabilities Education Act. So IDEA, and following up on that DD exit age, are there any additional future agenda items that we would like to see included?
Member Hughes, two things I would add. I mentioned this in my update. If the board is interested in a potential full board sign off on the innovation committee work, we need to discuss that. So again, that would just be sort of signing our name saying, as it sent to the legislature, we agree generally with the recommendations. So that would just be reviewing the document and probably having a discussion. And then the second thing is, because we have new members, a new term, I think the last self-evaluation we did as a board, I know one thing that we had called out was how we're making decisions about what gets agendized or not, and sort of how we're structuring to be efficient and as impactful as possible. So that might be, again, with a new group, might be worth sort of revisiting if we want to sort of tweak or modify that process.
Perfect. Thank you, Member Hughes. There were two things that I had written down from previous conversations in the meeting. One is that we look to see about the possibility of providing clarifying language about who can add charter to the name of their school and to see if that's something that we might need to take some action on. And then also the State Board of Education's role within the STIP in terms of modifying our bookend dates for our vision and goals, and then also the process for our participation in the development of that document. Member Keys?
I believe this was already said earlier, but I just want to make sure it gets on the agenda for agendizing if we want to endorse the invest plan from NAS. And then I wasn't here last legislative session, but I know that from what I've heard, you guys got a list of bills that you voted to either endorse or we had a list that we could, have our say in the legislature. So I was just wondering if we would be getting that at our next meeting. I forget when, but I think we should be into the legislative session then.
Thank you, Member Keys, for those comments and suggestions. Yes, during the last legislative session, the department graciously provided us with regular updates. Some were weekly emails or biweekly, depending on the frequency. And then there were items that we would talk about as bring forward as a board. So if Superintendent Ebert would like to elaborate on that, she's welcome to. Otherwise, we'll proceed as last time. Okay. Okay. Any other items here? All right. We'll move on
sorry.
Member Orr, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to reiterate that I would love to hear more about the literacy plan implementation work. Also, I know that we needed to go back to at-risk funding. I had to leave the last meeting because of some issues with quorum, so I just wanted to kind of get updates on where that was and make sure that we were following through with that. I wanted to make sure that we had updates on how the process was going for moving forward with the new Read by Grade 3 test and going through the process for that. I thought that we were going to be getting some updates with that process as well. And then I just had some questions, and I'm not sure if everyone else on the board is more familiar with this, but if we had any ability to talk about the timeline for state testing and how that has creeped ever more forward in the year, and if the state board could look at moving that later in the year.
Thank you, Member Orr. I'm glad we were able to capture those many items. Thank you for including them. I can provide a brief update on the Read by Grade 3. There are many different subcommittees currently working on the different items under that law, and one of them is selecting the uniform examination that this board will have to determine the cut score for. So once they are ready to present to the board, we will receive that information. Okay, now we'll move on to public comment number 2. Public comment may be submitted to the board secretary at nbboarded@doe.nv.gov. Our secretary will read public comments into the record with a time limit of 3 minutes. If the comments exceed 3 minutes in length, the full text will be entered into the record and circulated to the board. Please note that public comments submitted after the board has officially adjourned will not be included in the record. I will begin with any members of the public who have attended to provide comments in person. Please fill out a comment card. Be sure to turn on the microphone and begin by stating your name for the record. We will limit your comments to 3 minutes. We will take public comment in Carson City first and then Las Vegas. Are there any public comments in Carson City?
There is no public comment in Carson City.
In Las Vegas?
We have one public comment in Las Vegas.
Perfect. We have Miss Anna Binder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Superintendent Ebert, members of this board, Anna Binder for the record. I'm here today because, as most people know, I'm a mother of 6. 3 of my children have autism, all varying all over that spectrum. But my youngest son, we're in a Title I 2-star school. So a few years back, we lost our incredible J1 teacher to a 4 or 5-star school. And my son just has not been performing. He's been stuck with a long-term substitute, and he has now moved up into the primary autism 3 to 5 class. And his current long-term substitute is his former SPTA. She is a mother also to a 15-year-old autistic son, nonverbal, who attends high school with my 15-year-old autistic son. She is so amazing. This year, Legend was the top achieving map growth with her. He hasn't seen things like that since he had the J1 teacher. It's been extremely difficult the last couple of years fighting for him. But she went in and did her ARL, and I can't imagine how she's done that with the needs of her son and then also working full time to support him. But she relayed to me when I asked her what she needed for Christmas. So when she knew obviously that our school had 2 openings for primary autism, the K to 2 and 3 to 5. And so she checked with everybody and she applied to be the primary autism teacher for the 3 to 5 class. And long story short, because she goes to GCU, they don't offer the little check mark for the autism. She's passed her praxis. She's just pending taking the autism part of the praxis. And if she would have gone through something else, the district would have hired her as a full-time teacher with benefits and provided her with 3 years to obtain that autism endorsement. Thank you. But because she did the ARL, they won't hire her, and she's not afforded a 3-year grace period to get that when she is probably the most qualified and highly effective educator for not just my son, but the other children assigned to her class at our school. And so I told her I would be here today to advocate for her because this sounds like something that the state can do to help, because if she's one, do we have others? And I know over the years that when educators have had the opportunity to bring these issues to you, that we've been able to try to figure it out. So she's there full time, being paid as a long-term sub with absolutely no health benefits. For what? For what? So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Let's definitely connect and follow up on this. Thank you for.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, President Dockweiler, but we actually have one more public
Oh.
comment.
Okay, it looks like it might be Ed Gonzalez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President, members of the board. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez, community member of Hickey Elementary School Organizational Team. The reason I'm speaking on this one is that March 3rd through 7th is Nevada Reading Week. And as you know, Hickey has always invited the entire state board to come read. Our namesake, Lilian Lujan Hickey, was a member of the State Board of Education. She was the first Hispanic Latina to serve on the board. So we've had the honor of having President Dockweiler, Member Hughes, Member Carlton, Dad Gardner read as well as many others. If you see me walking in the room chatting with people, I'm usually asking this time of year about it. We have a lot of fun. We're on the northeast part of town. We are technically in CD4, but most of our residents do live in CD1. So we're right on the corner of everything. So you'll be getting out invitations onto it. State Superintendent, we'd be more than happy to have you, but it's legislative session, so I understand. We have a lot of people who are, I like to say, I consider important, but everybody's important when they come read. So I have friends, I have people who are involved in the legislative process. So it's always really interesting because they'll call me and commit on a Monday, and then a bill comes up, and then it's Tuesday, and then maybe it's Thursday, but I think it's Wednesday, and it ends up being Friday. so the odd years is just a little bit different. But like I said, we'll be sending out invitations to every single one. If you're able to do and come to Hickey, we would be honored as always. If not, have the opportunity just to read at a school within either your district or just with State Superintendent, I'm pretty sure you'll be doing it up in the north. So, well, thank you so much, Madam President. That's all I have.
Thank you so much for the invitation. All right, have any comments been submitted online?
We have no public comments submitted online.
Okay, well, thank you all for your time today. And our next scheduled board meeting will take place in March, March 12th at 9 a.m. If there are no further questions, this meeting is adjourned. 2:22.